all never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. How's everyone's day going so far?
I gotta say, it's pretty nice out there. It was nice to when I went in for my PT this morning to walk out, and it was like, wow, this feels nice. Why can't it be like this all the time?
Yeah. It's going to be even better tomorrow.
Whoa, really?
I'm a big fan.
I think it's going to be in the 50s, in the high 50s tomorrow.
A football Saturday, perfect weather.
I walked out of the house this morning at like 8:45, and it was perfect.
That's when I went for my run.
Nice.
Whoa.
The 8:45 boys.
8:45. I was out at 4:45 walking the dog, and it was also nice then.
Wait, you were up at 4:45?
He's a morning boy.
Yeah, digital boy.
He does his TikTok hands.
I don't know if you know this, but the internet never sleeps, John.
I know the internet never sleeps, but I mean,
much like Seattle.
I'm sure the green screen can wait at least a couple more hours.
That is true. It could, but the dog can't. So she's on a routine, unfortunately.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Were you on the air today?
I was not. No. I was doing the Happer show. But I was not. I did not double dip. Yeah. Or as one DB would say, I'm not sleeping in two beds.
He
loves that joke.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, he says it about me a lot, which Dr. Girlfriend does not appreciate, but that's fine.
Nice. Excellent.
Damon getting people in trouble.
Yeah, she heard that the first time, like offhanded, and she was like, "What is this about?
Oh,
like,
no.
What secrets are you holding?" I'm like,
no secrets.
There's
You
no
just
secrets.
there's not.
You're working very hard.
There's no secrets.
You're just working very hard.
Doing my best. Yeah.
So we found out that you're going to the Creed concert.
Yes. Yeah. Can you take me higher, John?
Can I take you higher? No.
Or would you like to welcome him in with arms wide open?
I was going to do that joke.
Beat you to it, Nick.
Very nice. Very nice.
Are you happy you can go before you take one last breath?
Nice.
Thank you.
Good one, Nick.
Okay, now you're going too deep.
I wanted
now.
to get one in. What do you mean too deep?
Well,
That's
for
not
me,
even
I
a
only
decent-
recognize the two songs
I'm
that
going
were
to take
referenced.
one last breath of Omaha Air before I drink somewhere between 17 to 38 beers.
Hell
That's my goal.
Yeah.
That's
my goal.
only way to
17
appreciate.
to 38?
John, that's
Alcohol
the best.
poisoning probably kicks in by 17.
No, I'm just training myself for Memorial Stadium and the binge drinking issues that Troy Dannon's so worried about.
No, that was
no,
Bill Moose.
it's the Regents. Yeah, the Regents are upset with that. Yeah.
The Regents are binge drinking at $13 a beer. Congratulations.
But
I'm just
also
supporting NIL. That's what I'm trying to do, Troy.
Here's a game. Here's a fun game.
Okay, fun game.
Grab one of the markers there, Austin. Let's do a prediction game.
Okay.
We can erase the 550. We can erase those. Yeah. Well, don't we have an eraser? So you don't use your hand? Anyway.
No, hold on. I've got a jean jacket. It'll be perfect. Perfect.
Using the jean vest, the jest.
How much will they charge for beers at Memorial Stadium?
Ooh.
Just
Yeah, what are we talking about here?
we're just talking like a Bud Light, a Mick Ultra,
Just like a domestic.
A domestic.
Regular
So like
domestic.
a
do those
domestic,
at games? Do those come in? They will come in cans.
I'm guessing they're going to be the tall boys.
It did look like tall boy cans in the
Yeah.
photo they released. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw Modelo's, Bud Light, Michelob. And
That's what I saw.
I don't think I saw seltzers yet, but from what commentary has said, it's anything that you would buy at a concert you could buy here. So I'm guessing they would do seltzers.
I hope they have a Coors Light.
I didn't see any Coors.
There were no
products.
Coors Lights.
Coors
Then what
products.
I'm never going to go to a Husker game.
Oh wow,
that'll
they're really
show 'em.
sad about that. Yeah.
Well,
Bummer.
Nick's only going to go if he's sitting up in the bougie seats. Remember?
That's right. Yeah, with
the
his soon-to-be
sweet-
wife.
All right.
Whoa.
So for the baseline,
cakes.
the
That's the
baseline domestic beer, how much are they going to charge?
$12.
Whoa.
I wanted to say 15, but I think that's too high. I'm going to go 11.
I'm going to go 13.
John.
I'll take 10.
Really?
You know what actually stuck out the most to me? I thought 9 was like.
See,
a good
that's
number.
the number I was going to
I
pick.
kind of wanted to land on 9 because could you imagine the novelty? You walk into Memorial Stadium for the first time, you can buy beer and it's $9. I'd buy 100. I wouldn't even worry about
See,
it.
and I feel like there might still be some people who are upset about beer
Are you
at
backseat
Memorial.
producing?
I'm just trying to make sure. he can't hear himself.
Do you want me to speak up?
There you go. You sound great now.
Sorry, I forget. I always got to get in my power stance and be down here.
Power stance.
Stupid mic.
All right, so you want me to write these on? Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so
I'm walking away from the mic.
he's going to walk away from the mic now.
Thank you, Austin.
And now he's backseating your backseat.
I almost wonder if, out of spite, they'll make it more expensive just to be like, see, people aren't gonna. It's so expensive. Well, you can have beer, but it's gonna be $30.
No, they're not going to charge extra out of spite. They're going to charge extra because they want to make money. Yeah. I'm going to say 10. So I got 10. You got 12.
12. I almost
13.
said 11.50 just to be weirdly specific.
And Austin, I think you went with what? 12. I got 10. I got 10. I'm the low ball. I'm the low ball. 10. Josh is 12. Nick is 13. And you said 11? Yeah. All right. So we've covered the low teens here. We've covered 10 through 13.
And we're doing Price is Right rules.
Well, that means if it's $9, we've all overbid. That's true. Nobody wins. Nobody wins.
I'm fairly confident.
I'm like you, though. I wanted to say 9, but then you said 11. I thought, I know. You know what? I'm going to go one down.
No, you can't say those two numbers back to back, John. You got to be careful about that.
Got to be careful.
Got to be very careful about that. No, nine just was speaking to me, but I also got nervous because everyone else said teens. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Is there any world that's lower than 9? What if they're like 7? No,
they're not going to pull a Falcons.
I would be stunned.
Do you think the seltzers are going to be slightly cheaper than the beers?
No. Yes, I think they would. I think they would be.
They have lower ABV, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. I think that they would be.
But more flavor? I don't know. I don't drink that crap.
You also have to pitch to the female
there's less
audience.
Flavor in a seltzer than there is in a beer.
That's true. It's like the waters with the flavor.
Yeah,
Grace loves that stuff. I'm just not a fan.
No,
I'm not so like fan. High noons or what are you talking about?
No, she likes actual like just regular seltzers, like non-alcoholic seltzers.
Yeah.
She loves them. I don't. Mm-hmm. I want more flavor.
I'm a big high noon guy. I got to do high noons. Like those are my number ones. I always go for that.
I want to go back to this. You're having 16 beers tonight.
17
to 38.
What's the most beers any of you have? All of us. What's the most beers you've ever had in like one?
Like a night.
Evening and early morning.
Yeah.
I think I had 14 once.
So
I'd be surprised if it was more than 10.
When are we starting from?
More than 2?
10.
When are we starting from? Like what part of the day? Like are you talking like the entirety of a day or what do you mean?
No, I was thinking more in kind of like a condensed. I guess if you wanted to do.
Yeah. Well, because like I mean, we talked about bachelor parties one of the last times I was on
yes,
there too.
There you
so
go.
I mean that that's
I guess that is a long.
That's like a unique circumstance because there's not very many times in your life you're like just Matt McMaster. And you're like, I guess we'll just wake up and drink and like do that thing. But
that's what Matt does.
Well, that's
before his show every day.
Well, no, not every day. I mean,
shout out Matt.
He's on a drink vacation, is what I was told.
That's right, because God, he's still so young.
Yeah, I know. He can drink 5 days in a row.
Taking a vacation just to get hammered.
No,
that's wild.
That doesn't sound fun.
I know it doesn't anymore, but you know when you're 20,
it never sounded fun.
Do you take a vacation for the hangover then?
There
do
was
you not have one.
I would. Well, you're 23. You probably don't have one still.
That's true.
There was one time in my life where when I took vacation from my old job, I would just day drink. I would wake up and then I'd wait until noon because I don't have a problem.
Bang.
You can only drink before noon during holidays. And then I would just drink all day.
Oh, what about college football Saturdays? The game is at 11.
Big noon kickoff.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Well, Nick? It's noon somewhere.
Okay. So, I mean, in that case, you can drink whatever time you want if it's noon somewhere.
That's fair.
If you wake up here, it's noon in the Atlantic Ocean.
I'd be willing to consider that a holiday.
A college football Saturday is a holiday?
For the people who like
13 Saturday holidays in the fall.
Now you're speaking my language.
Why not?
This is what it's like being a football pervert.
Bang.
Okay,
so to answer your beer question, I did just participate in a beer Olympics last weekend.
What's a beer Olympics?
And we started at national anthem was at 1, and I played into the championship game until like 7, and I think I had like a total of 10 drinks in that time period. They're all twisted teas. Lights,
love a twee.
Yeah, I do love a light twee. So I did keep that up. The Gen Z boys back at it.
Hell yeah.
Bang.
Twisted tea is
not for
You're
me.
not a twisted tea guy?
John, there's nothing. A twee is
not
real refreshing sometimes.
It
just hits.
No. See, I could not drink any of those fast.
I've never been much of a
refreshed by them.
I've never been much of a just a beer guy. Like I think the most I've ever had is maybe 6 or 7. But if I'm getting hammered, it's usually twees.
Yeah.
Like I'd pound 6 twees in a sitting.
I have spent a night at Thunderhead Brewing in Kearney, where I was there from they did penny pints, and it would start at 9 usually. Wow. But then one night they had like 2 whatever 2 kegs that they wanted to get rid of. So they started at like 6:30, and I was there from 6:30 to midnight. And I don't know how many penny pints I had. That was big. Wow. But I was Matt McMaster age back then. So
okay.
I could handle.
So you were a tiny baby.
I was a tiny baby.
It was a different time.
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. I could drink before COVID, and then what happened to me?
Being able to drink before. I feel like our prime party 20s got taken away from us because of COVID.
I disagree. I partied really hard, so I don't have to worry about that.
I partied, but I had a couple more years left in me. Then after COVID, I just didn't want to go out anymore.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Going out
like 23, 24, 25, like I didn't. Yeah. I could have.
Going out doesn't sound as fun anymore. Like I'm very excited for this Creed concert, and I've had this on my calendar for like a year, but that's like the only thing that's gotten me through today. And football. That too.
Thank God for football.
Thank God.
I used to say thank God for football.
Are you switching to pickleball after today?
I am not Robbie Lula. I will not be being obsessed. I had one obsession in my 30s. It's called running.
Did you see his he posted like a slow motion highlight reel of him playing
tennis?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
That was insane.
Yeah, what's going on? I'm worried about Robbie. He's posting tennis Instagram reels. What's happening?
I could not even come up with a sarcastic enough comment to parlay how disappointed I was.
I did decide to give it a heart. I was like, you know what? I post about running a lot, so I know what it's like to.
Do you post slow motion of you running though?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, come on. What are we talking about here?
Well, you would have to be able to video yourself running. That'd be kind of hard.
There are people that do that. There are TikTok boys who will do that.
Yeah, they have a selfie stick.
Well, we got our engagement pictures last week, and we were at Cunningham, and while we were there was a dude riding a bike. And he had one of those drones that were following him with a camera on it.
I wonder. I might know who that guy is.
Yeah.
There's a guy who runs out there. He's qualified for the trials, and he has a drone that will follow him sometimes.
Well, he posted. He was on a bike, so I don't know. If you.
Maybe he's training for the Ironman in Omaha, Josh.
Maybe he was.
I am Iron
Yeah, he trying to get me to sign up.
I'm not trying to. I'm going to.
Interesting.
I
don't want to swim, man.
You'll notice I didn't respond to you because I was thinking of different like bets I could make to try to see what I could swoon you into. But now that I see you in person, do you want me to? I actually made a notes app list. Do you want to hear some of these?
Sure. You're not going to get me to sign up for this. You are much more likely to get me to sign up for like a 100-mile race than you are.
Really?
I don't want to ride and I don't want to swim.
So these are all potential text message replies I had to you when I said that.
I like how you put this in a notes app.
I did.
Gen Z of you.
Because at one point, it's very Micah Parsons of me if you really think about it.
Damn it.
Sorry. Do we hit the marker? 3 minutes past 2. We just talked about
the
Micah
over.
Parsons. Anyway, the first one was if I beat your Boston Marathon time, you have to do this with me.
What, in like a marathon?
Yes.
All right, I'm feeling okay about that.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Like if I did it, like
okay. That'd be sweet. I'd be proud of you. Sub 3 hours. That'd be sweet, man.
See,
yeah, that'd be awesome.
Just like that.
I'd be happy for you.
Okay. Then I also put on there if I qualified for the Boston Marathon, would you do it?
Well, I mean, you'd have to run faster than my Boston Marathon time because you're young. Yeah.
So there we go.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
Oh yeah, the age thing.
Yeah, yours is like 250, I think.
Oh,
yeah, it's fast.
Brutal.
Yeah,
I think I was actually going to text him and be like
255.
I'm considering trying to do the Josh Peterson route. I was considering
just
it.
wait.
But now you said that, I'm just not.
Wait until you're 30 and then do it.
I should. I'm only 2 years away.
Wow,
too bad. Yeah,
30-year-old boys.
I know. We're gonna have a party like that.
Yeah.
The last one I said is mud wrestle ? And then I added that to it. So I knew
Wait, mud wrestle. Where did this come from?
Let's elaborate on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got no desire. for the.
So those weren't good bets.
You don't want to mud wrestle?
No, definitely not. I don't feel like I'm good enough at swimming to do that.
Yeah.
And I don't like riding a bike like that.
That's fair.
I think riding a bike is fun.
You don't want to challenge yourself. You don't want to become a better version of yourself.
I do, just not like that. Again, I'd rather do an ultra. I have a lot of people.
You're good at this.
I have a lot of people whispering in my ear.
You should. Hey, you should do an ultra.
300 miles.
Paige has loved all the ultras she's done.
I did a trail run a couple weeks ago. I had a lovely time.
She's pacing her friend at Moab later this year.
Oh wow, that's a 250 miles.
Yeah, she's not pacing her the whole way.
Okay, gotcha.
She's doing about.
What is the pace for that? Like 11 minutes a mile?
It could be a lot slower than that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay, gotcha. So it's not really a run; it's survival.
I know.
Well, for normal people like us, yes.
Okay.
But for the freaks, they're running like
her friend who's running this Moab. She'll run to our house in Millard from outside of Omaha where she lives. She'll just do that.
That's much. That is much. I had a coworker the other day ask me. They were like, "Oh, because they assumed I was still doing like training and stuff, and I haven't for a while since I ran my Ironman in June." And they were asking me like, "Oh, well, you should just like run to Lincoln, and then I'll bike back to Omaha with you." And I was like, "What? you want me to run both to Lincoln and back just for your bike ride? I'm not going to do that. That's insane.
Right.
That's crazy.
That's many miles.
And that was also more miles than what I did during the race. I'm not going to do that. That's crazy. But people just want to hang out, That's how the boys hang out these days. They just go on runs.
Yeah,
they don't go to. We used to go to war. We used to go to bars. Now we just go on runs.
Instead of crushing twee, you're crushing knees.
Dang. Good one, Nick.
Good job,
That
Nick.
was so good.
Thank you.
That was incredible.
Surprised John didn't make the joke.
Yeah, well.
John loves talking about your knees getting
John surprisingly
destroyed.
went very quiet during the athletic portion of the crossover.
Sam writes, when are we getting Grim into running in the Nike Run Club? No, Sam, Nick's on Strava. He's
I am on Strava.
a real
right.
head.
Yes.
Yeah.
I forget, you're not on Strava yet, right?
I'm not. I need to.
Yeah, hop on there, man.
That is so dumb of me that I'm not.
Yeah, it is. Same with you,
Yeah,
Sam.
I'll follow you on. Dude, I will give you so many kudos.
Thank you. I appreciate
He'll
that.
kudo
I
you
just
to
know, but the
death.
problem is I'll see, like Josh will
Kudos
see
the
mine
hell
on
out
there
of you.
and he'll be like, wow,
I would-
this guy doesn't train.
No, I would never say
I'm about to
that.
be a Garmin boy, though, I think.
What does that have to do? That doesn't mean anything.
Well, Garmin has their own app.
Yeah, but you can still upload it to Strava.
Yeah, but I think I
Strava's
like-
fun because it's for the community.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Letterboxd, but for running.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I use it to keep a track of my data, but my Koros app has way more data.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like it
Data.
I like it for my friends.
Are you a data, not a data guy?
Data.
Data.
I'm
more of a data.
Data. John, how do you say it?
I'm interchangeable.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think it kind of
depends on
depends on the vibe.
Yeah. I hate to agree with Nick on this, but yes.
Are you a pecan or a pecan?
Pecan.
You're a pecan.
I'm a pecan guy.
I'm pecan except in pie. Then it's pecan.
I'm
pie.
pecan. I'm for sure pecan.
Well, yeah, I guess now that I think about
Right?
it.
yeah. Would it
how-
come
how-
out?
No, I use pecan.
Does
I use
it? Does a pecan pie sound as good as a pecan pie?
pecan pie? Well,
See?
and
Oh,
I
pecan
feel
pie
like-
sounds better.
Go on.
You say pecan pie, then you kind of get the sense of like a southern diner. It's like, would you like
Right.
some of our pecan pie?
See, a pecan pie is like in a cartoon. It's like on the windowsill with the like great aroma coming off it, and like neighbors
Really?
Those
fly
are-
over.
no, those are
like,
usually
to come get
fruit
those.
pies.
You all really?
Oh, in the cartoons?
I always
Yeah.
pictured it as
No,
I guess
you're
like
right,
an
they are.
apple
Yeah.
pie, but
Yeah,
apple,
yeah,
Well,
they
apple
never,
pie
apple
or
is a
cherry.
fruit. No,
they never
of course.
specify what pie that is.
Well, but it's got a crust over the top. Thus, I assume it's a fruit pie of some kind.
That would be true.
I think
That is true.
Not.
You
You
have
have
to cover
just
it.
fruit pies that have to have a cover, though, right?
Well, but
Josh, do you
but-
have any pie input?
but pecan pies don't have a cover on them. Pecan pies
I guess they don't.
they
I
don't
did-
have they don't have crust
Dude,
over the top.
do only fruit pies have covered pies? I think that might be true. I think you might have stumbled on something. Here.
Oh, unless you
Stibbs,
get like a
handshake
meat
meme.
pie.
Pies are bad, says Stibbs.
Pies are
Shout out
good.
Stibbs.
Oh, you're not a
Stibbs.
pie guy?
No.
3.14, nothing like that?
Nice.
Nice.
How do
Okay.
people not like pies? They're delicious.
Pie is so good.
I'll say this. I'm not a huge, this is going to get me in trouble. I am a pie guy until the crust. I'm out on the crust. I got to hand it off.
Oh,
to
I
the
someone
crust
else.
is part of the pie.
Yes.
Nope, I hand it off to
So you
somebody
just
else.
want warm fruit in a bowl?
That actually doesn't sound too bad.
You want a crisp.
Okay, now,
Just take
now
some
I love
apples,
an apple.
throw them
my
in your
God, this
oven.
I
sounds
love an
ridiculous.
apple
This is almost worse than Josh and Stibbs.
Nice.
Why'd you just get the pie filling can and just heat it up in a microwave and just eat that?
Because most of those cans are aluminum, John. I don't want to blow up my house.
You
I'm
know
not
what
a
I mean?
terrorist.
Empty the ingredients into a bowl, a microwave safe bowl, and then
There you go. Right. I guess I could start doing that. Maybe I
What
will.
are you doing? I'm just eating pie filling. That's all I'm doing.
Same thing. Chicken pot pie, delicious. I love chicken pot pie.
Chicken pot pie sucks.
Are you kidding me?
Sucks.
Oh, Josh,
What?
Josh,
What is your thing now?
Once every
now
like
hold
4
on,
times
hold
I
on,
come
hold
in
on,
here,
hold
I'm
on.
always mad
You're
at
no
Josh.
longer afraid of gravy, so I think you need to give pot pie a chance.
That's not what it was. I always disliked chicken pot pie because it didn't look as good as the photo. It just looked like a thing of
fair.
goop on my plate.
Well, I mean, that's because you're getting the microwave ones.
Yeah, don't get the.
You need to get an
banquet ones.
actual pot pie.
I'll defend that take. That actually does make sense.
Because I remember seeing it, I'm like, oh, that sounds fun. And then again, it's like, ugh.
Yeah. There's no goopier food in America than the chicken pot
Whole
pie.
question.
Yeah.
The-
It's
Chicken pot pie, the
delicious.
the
goopiest food in
frozen
America.
microwave chicken pot
No,
pie. I think
I
a
don't know about
normal
that.
chicken pot pie isn't as goopy.
I'd also put goulash with goopy. I
I
don't
love
like I
goulash.
hate goulash. Worst food in America.
What?
Yeah. Goulash is the worst.
Oh, come on!
Let's go.
Oof. See, Josh and I are back in the same plane. That's all I was trying. I was trying to get back.
You all are just weird.
Why do you like goulash?
Because
It's
think
good.
about it. All it is,
It's weird.
it's just like-
delicious.
I
it's
don't like the
basically like
flavor.
spaghetti and meat
But the-
sauce.
So then have spaghetti and meat sauce.
Yeah, it's not as
but
good.
it's
And
just a different noodle.
yeah, it's a different noodle,
No,
but it's got
different
tomato.
flavor. I don't like it.
And the tomatoes are usually like chunkier and stuff too.
Way chunkier. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Why
you
are you
people
such a
being
baby?
all right. We need
What,
to,
what are you talking about?
Tomatoes are too chunky.
No,
I
no.
want chunky
Don't get me wrong. I
tomatoes.
like tomatoes.
you
I'm
need to
I'm
go
a
to
big
KFC
margarita.
and get yourself a pot pie.
I'm a margarita pizza guy.
I do like margarita pizza. Goulash is delicious.
If you bring it in, John, I'll eat it and see if I like it.
Okay, so KFC Popeye, I'd eat that whole thing clean.
My
no problem with the
grandmother used
crust
to
there.
make delicious goulash, and you're telling me you wouldn't even eat my dead grandmother's goulash?
And then-
Well, I
that's
mean,
pretty
if a
insensitive.
dead person made me some food, I would check it
Have
out.
the zombie goulash. Goulash.
Goulash. I'd check it out.
Oh, it's pretty
Goulash,
ghoulish. Goulash? Oops.
Mm.
Nice. That's good. Ooh.
Steve
other-
says beef stroganoff can be quite mushy.
Oh, yeah. Beef stroganoff's also bad. Also bad.
I don't know if
Yeah,
I've ever
it is.
had beef stroganoff.
beef stroganoff?
It's terrible.
So John and I are
Terrible.
agreeing on food takes. Do I have old food takes?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
No, you just have good food taste.
Thank
Nick,
you.
you're gonna suddenly open up a cookbook from the 70s and be like, "Ooh, Jello
All
on
right.
top of fried chicken."
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
Hold
I
on.
am
That
out on
is not
aspics. I
me.
think aspics are bad.
Can I
That
get
is
10
not
That's what they're
me.
called.
Can I have
Putting
10-layer
Jell-O
dessert,
stuff.
please?
It's called aspic.
Oh, okay. What's up?
I just want 10-layer dessert, all different forms of Jello, just on top of each
And
other.
there's always mayonnaise in the dessert for
There
some reason.
was always.
You want some
mayonnaise.
strawberries and mayonnaise in a tower? Here you go.
That maybe that's why you hate mayonnaise. They were just putting it on everything in the 70s.
Well, they just
True.
were putting it on all kinds of crap, and it was unnecessary.
That's fair. My aunt and uncle used to always make Jello beans, which are just bean-shaped Jello, I guess. It's
Bean-shaped
Like, were they
Jell-O.
the size of beans?
No, they were a little
Somehow?
bit larger. They were more like small eggs, but they called them Jello beans, and you'd scoop them out. They were part of a side dish for Thanksgiving.
You don't want to spill those beans.
Nope, no Jello beans there.
That
Don't
feels like
be
a-
spilling
That's
beans.
a different
That
one. I've
feels
never
like
heard of
Keena
that.
calls it goulash.
Goulash.
That's a good one.
Jello beans
Goulash.
seems like something that would for sure work on Easter. That feels like an Easter
It
dessert.
is a very Easter thing. That's colorful,
Yeah.
Jesus is back in the world, all that good stuff. You want your
Jesus is
Jello
back.
beans.
Have some Jello.
Yeah, thanks.
That does sound like Easter.
hmm
I bet
Time to
Jesus
eat.
would like Jello.
Full question.
Which also, speaking of which, has anyone had a good watermelon this year? I've had
No.
zero
there's
luck
no
with
such thing.
watermelon.
There is no such
Oh,
thing.
come on. We're
John and I now back on
anti-watermelon?
each other's page.
Don't do
Yeah.
this.
Watermelon's delicious.
Watermelon
you.
is
Thank you, Nick.
trash.
Thanks.
Ooh, Sam asked a great question. I always wonder what trendy food will be like in the 2070s. Like when our grandkids find our 2020s disgusting.
Are they
Yeah,
gonna-
what are we eating today that they're going to be like, what?
It
Raisin
might be
cans?
avocado because they're like, how could they
Oh,
afford it?
yeah.
Nice, Nick. Also, avocados suck.
Pumpkin
Avocados are
spice,
bad.
everything.
I'm anti-guacamole.
Is it? It was something we
And
brought up
honey.
recently. Is it the hot honey? Will they be like, why was hot
Ooh.
honey everywhere?
I do love hot.
I don't see, and I don't know if they'll even think about hot honey being in it because it feels like just a trend thing.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't
That's
think
why they'll
anyone's
be-
going to think about it
Is
at
it
all.
like?
But they'll
is it-
find out. They're like, hot honey.
Is it kale?
Is kale out of trend?
Kale's
I
just
know
a
what you're saying.
vegetable.
Yeah, I know what you're
Yeah, I
saying.
know.
Kale
but
was a trend for a while, but I don't think it's been a trend.
Okay,
for,
so
Okay,
the
I-
real
in a
so
while.
like to get to the genesis of what Sam asked is the real
I think
question
he's thinking
is,
of like actual like meals,
Yeah.
foods
so
that we have.
I think you have to start with like what are timeless classics like chocolate chip
Goulash.
cookies,
Mhm,
like fried chicken, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
those
like,
will be
right.
around forever.
Those will be around forever.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
what's the next tier that people are like starting to get out on, right?
What is?
Will our chicken sandwich crave end and people be like, why
See,
did
now
you eat so
there-
much
now that's a
chicken
great
sandwich?
question,
Okay.
because
like,
we are.
why did everyone have a chicken
Yeah,
sandwich?
we are really obsessed with chicken sandwiches
We
right
love
now.
We are.
chicken sandwiches.
Well,
But they're so good.
they are, right? But in
but are we
2070, are they
starting
going
to
to
fade
say,
out of that?
are we going to go
What's
back
the
to
next chicken sandwich?
Because we're
the
out,
hamburger?
are
It's
we out
making
of
its
that
way back.
crave?
Yeah, we're definitely not in the oh my gosh, everyone's doing it right
Everyone's
now.
got to have a chicken
No.
sandwich.
We're underrated in a chicken nugget tenure right now, though.
Oh, you know what it is? It's the boneless wings.
Oh,
That
that's
I-
a good take, Nick.
To
Hey,
which I'm sure the
boneless
people in the
wings.
2070s will say, "Aren't these just chicken nuggets?"
Yeah,
Yes.
they
Good
will
take,
say
2070s people.
Why did they call them boneless wings? They're not wings. They're just chicken bits.
that. Everybody thinks they need to have boneless wings right now, though. That's the new chicken sandwich.
Well, they think hot
that's
dogs
been
are
around for
bad
a
in
while.
2070. Have hot dogs been around long enough?
Oh, hot dogs have been around for a long
I
Hot
think-
time.
dogs are timeless. I thought.
dogs
Are
will
they
last
I would
forever.
agree they're timeless, but if you're looking at stuff, people would be like, "That's gross." I think the hot dog would be up
What
there.
about
Eh,
what about like
been around too
normal
long.
foods that we do weird variations of, aka like the put peanut butter on a burger,
Oh,
or
those are all gross.
weird
so
wings,
good.
weird things that we do with our chicken wings. You know,
What were the wings that
Peanut
Connor
butter
was
jelly
offended
wings?
by?
It
in
was
Las
like
Vegas?
a bourbon caramel something. And he
Yeah.
was like, I'll do buffalo.
Yeah,
That was one of the funniest moments of my life.
yeah. Putting weird stuff on chicken wings might be.
That's a
might be-
good one.
I do like peanut butter jelly wings. They're pretty good.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Get
insane.
buffalo wings like a man, Nick.
Just be a real normal person.
Yeah.
You mean like a conformist?
no?
You want me to get buffalo wings like
No, I
just,
just said like a
everybody
man.
else?
Just
You
said like a
flamed
man.
him.
Well, I mean, they are good.
Yeah, they're good. They're fine. I just like trying new things.
Joe in Vegas says it's going to be ranch and mayonnaise. They're going to be the things that they
Ooh,
look
the
back on.
ranch?
I don't know.
Well, mayonnaise has been around forever.
Yeah, mayonnaise.
I don't
Ranch,
think-
ranch is a couple of generations old.
Are grilled cheese a traditional food?
Oh yeah.
People
Yeah.
are all on grilled cheese.
It will always be something to make for the kids.
Okay. fair.
And for myself when my wife isn't home.
I
Or
enjoy
also if
grilled
you're just
cheese.
Grilled
poor and you
cheese
don't want to
bowl.
have ramen for the 5th day in a row.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ramen.
Grilled
could
cheese,
Be,
always a
ramen
good
might be
fallback.
one of those.
You think so?
I think so.
Ramen or
I feel like ramen.
I mean, some of those ramen packets will still be around in the 2070s.
Well, so we're like
ramen feels like a staple.
in 2070. Are people going to be so health conscious for like a long time that people be like, oh, that
now
was so bad for
there's
you?
an interesting.
That's
Right.
an angle.
Wait a
What
minute.
about pop? Will it be?
Oh. You mean
soda?
Will it be? I do mean soda. Will it be? You know, like now we look back at Mad Men and we're like, oh my gosh, look at those cigarettes.
Yes, right.
You know, will they do that with soda?
I don't know. It's so everywhere.
It has been around for a long time.
Yeah, but maybe the big soda ban will come at some point.
But
Maybe
different
the soda
thanks,
ban.
Mayor Bloomberg.
sodas are different in different countries, though. Like in England, if you get Fanta, it just looks like orange juice compared to our Fanta that's like radioactive orange.
No, to be fair, our orange juice is basically soda. But
That's
yeah.
fair.
Yeah. Maybe the fad of the 2070s that people will look back on is just food in general. Because
Oh.
back then
Is
might
it going to be
just,
Soylent?
Wow,
they
yeah.
might just have like pills.
Soylent Green is
Pills
people.
are good. They'll just inject themselves.
That would be
their
interesting.
meals.
Yeah, we are on this weird trend where people are buying a lot of the like emergency kits and stuff, and they also I just saw they came out with like a new like they came out with this like
Peanut
super
butter
new
hits the
bland
fan.
food where it like basically has no flavor or anything. It just has all of your nutrition that you need.
That's
Oh.
sad.
Yeah.
That is
It is sad.
sad.
I love food.
People are like flying off the shelves for that stuff. They're just like, oh yeah, I just need to eat. I don't care what it tastes.
Well,
like.
wait a minute. Their side is in charge now. Why are they buying this?
It's
this
crazy, isn't it?
John, we should start 1620 the
Bug out.
yeah,
1620 the bug out bag.
Yeah, like get this stuff.
1620, the survivalist.
My brother is a prepper, so I can hook you up if you need.
Oh, could
Really?
you get me a gas
He-
mask?
the
I've always
Alaskan brother, yes.
Oh my
that makes
god.
sense.
It does
Yeah.
make
Do you
sense.
give him crap?
I can't because I can't get a hold of him.
But
yeah.
also, you probably shouldn't just in case, right? Like
Yeah.
knowing a prepper,
No,
you
trust-
probably shouldn't make
Yeah.
them mad at you just in case.
Yeah,
I guess
like-
it could be like that movie we watched that one time where all
2012?
the no, not that one. The one that we watched.
Oh, with the nukes and stuff.
yeah, remember
10
where?
Cloverfield Lane.
No,
Who's in that?
that was
Nice reference, though.
oh, I can't remember his
I can
name.
never remember the name of that movie, but I liked that movie because then there was that airplane because it was like,
Yes, that movie rocked. It's the guy
Terminator
who
3?
did Mr. Robot, Sam Esmail. Leave the World Behind.
yes.
Oh yeah.
So
movie.
and in
Good
that
one.
movie, John was
Everybody.
Mahershala Ali. That's who the main guy was. Julia Roberts was in
And
it.
Julia Roberts.
And then Ethan Hawke showed up, and so did Kevin Bacon. That's who I was trying.
Wow.
Wasn't Kevin Bacon the prepper? I think he was the guy who was
think
like,
so,
yes,
yeah.
Kevin Bacon.
"Get out
was
of
a
here,
prepper.
bro."
Yeah.
So maybe that'll be your brother.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when there's Japanese tsunamis happened, they were going to hit like the coast of
Mm-hmm.
Alaska. I think he was a little geared up for it because he was like,
Oh,
it's
finally,
my
I
time
can,
to shine.
I can start eating
So
some
how
of
does
this
he know
I've
about
been
stuff? Does he
hoarding
have
up.
the radio? Does he listen to the radio?
You know,
Probably-
I don't know.
probably-
Still AM radio.
Yep. I know that they. Well, you know, you can't have.
You might have a
digital-
shortwave.
digital in the apocalypse. That's for sure.
You might have like a ham radio or shortwave.
I
Did
don't
you
know
you
what
need a
he has for
license for
radio.
those?
Like to own one?
No, to like use it.
A ham radio? Yeah, you have to have a
You need,
license.
it's like
Oh,
a
yeah.
$10 license. Like you have to
Oh,
go
that's
through like a
exciting.
test. I've looked into it.
Remember, well, you probably don't. We used to have licenses
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, in
when I
college,
first started. Yeah.
So people just couldn't say anything they wanted over the airwaves.
Well, and I wasn't even saying anything on the air. We just needed to have it to take the transmitter readings. And
in college,
Oh, I see.
before we were allowed on air in college, they made us take that test just to see if we could
Pass it.
qualify. I failed it the first time.
How do you feel?
I don't remember what I got wrong. I just got something wrong.
Oh, you can. It's like a pass fail. Like you got to
Yeah.
get them all right.
he
Yeah.
thought radio was just this magic sound that came out of the sky.
I'm still not convinced it isn't, John.
Sam
and
wants
that's
to
why
know.
you failed. This is why you failed.
John, speaking of you being a little older, Sam says John might know, but aren't chicken tenders pretty new nationally, like the 80s? Chicken
Well, I
tendies
mean-
new?
When did the chicken nugget arrive?
Well, okay, so the chicken tenders and the chicken nuggets both arrived like in the late 70s because that's when the chicken nugget came along at McDonald's, and then Long John Silver's had the
Are
chicken.
you saying
planks.
McDonald's invented chicken nuggets?
I don't know if they invented it, but they were the ones that made it popular. I don't remember being able to buy frozen chicken nuggets in the supermarket before chicken nuggets, McNuggets became a thing
Okay,
at
that's
McDonald's.
fair.
Chicken nugget was developed in the 50s by Robert C. Baker, a food
Oh,
science professor
nice.
at Cornell University.
Imagine having the last name Baker and being a food scientist.
Yeah, but he was a fryer, though.
Yeah, but where did it get used first? Did it
Nice.
say?
Let's
Because the first place I remember is
bite-sized
McDonald's.
pieces of chicken coated in batter and then deep fried were called chicken crispies. Oh, hell yeah. I love this guy.
I love chicken.
By Baker and his associates, Let's see. It doesn't mention McDonald's on the
Well,
Wikipedia
like
page.
anything, it's probably some capitalist form where it's like, you know, they had all these little bits of chicken left over, so they just mashed them all together.
Well, that's how we came up with the McRib.
Yeah.
I found an
Yeah.
answer for chicken tendies.
Pork
Yes.
parts.
There isn't a definitive inventor. Chicken tenders are widely associated with the Puritan backroom restaurant in Manchester, New Hampshire, 1974.
What is
Thanks,
that?
Manchester.
Whoa.
What was
Okay.
that,
That
Nick?
was the chicken tendies?
Or that was the chicken McNugget?
The
chicken
tendies.
tenders.
Tendies.
Okay, so the McNugget, John, were conceived by Keystone Foods in the late 1970s and introduced in select markets in 81.
Mhm.
So Mr. Nuggets did it, Mr. whatever he called him.
But I
Nuggets.
don't remember them being available.
Well, I mean, you probably had to be out at Cal or wherever that guy was. Or maybe he just did it for his students.
Yeah, true. He did big fryer boy.
So
Mhm.
so it was always on the lunch menu there at Cornell.
Apparently, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, did I say Cal? Yeah, Cornell.
I think you
Good
said
call.
Cornell.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Wow.
Wow. So tendies in the 70s, nuggets in the 50s, 60s,
50s.
50s.
It's incredible. They should make that the next Christopher Nolan Oppenheimer movie and just do it nuggets or something.
Oh my gosh.
McNugget.
Yeah,
I love
I'm in.
that. He's like laying in bed and everything's swirling around
Yeah.
in his head.
Does that feel backwards?
What
Does
have
it
I
feel like
done?
the tender should
And
have
then
come
there's-
before the nugget?
There's
Because like over time, things
Get
like
smaller.
used to get smaller.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, I'd say the
will there
nugget.
be just random, oddly misplaced nudity in this movie?
Dude, have you seen that yet?
I haven't seen it
McNugget?
yet.
Oh, but you know, we told you about
Yeah.
it. Oh yeah, there's some nudity in that movie.
John, there's
Like I don't think about
boobies.
I don't think about it, you know,
There
in
is a lot
connection
of
with the
weird
nuclear
nudity
bomb.
in that movie.
Oh yeah, well the part when he's talking in the room and
interrogation
suddenly,
scene,
yeah,
yeah.
and then he suddenly is imagining it. It was
Yeah.
like, whoa,
Yeah.
bonk.
Two bombs going off.
Good.
in this
Oh,
movie.
hello.
Heyo.
Hey, haha.
Good movie.
Hello.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like I learned a lot today. Learned a lot
This
about
has
each
been.
other.
You know what?
Good time.
Happy New Year.
Wow.
I am
Hap-
brave enough to say
Listen.
it.
You're well, okay.
I've got a hit rate on Happy New Year's like no other.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is your
you
third
do.
one.
I think it might be my fourth.
And you didn't
I-
even have to say
it-
something crazy.
I think it's the third at least. It's at least the third one.
That is true. I do get once a week, John. You'll be happy to hear. I do get a Mall of America ask. They're like,
Oh, I'm glad.
That's awesome.
I'm
they're
glad.
like, is that a bit? I was like,
no, that
it wasn't a bit at the time. It's a bit now.
By the way, Casey Mike's mom is inviting you.
Oh,
She says, my pie doesn't have crust over it. Do you want to eat it?
Is that like a sex thing, or is that like a?
It's just from Casey Mike's
I don't
mom.
know what
who's
you would
just a-
mean. Sex thing.
She's just a very, nice person
Hey,
who listens to
Austin.
the Grum.
Bonk, dude.
Oh, right. Sorry, my bad.
Chill.
How dare anyone imply that Casey Mike's mom is promiscuous in any way?
Yeah.
Yep.
What's wrong with you, dude?
I would eat Casey Mike's.
Is this what you do on
mom's
TikTok?
meat
You just
pie.
look
Pie.
I
at
said pizza.
Pizza.
A pizza is a pie.
Pizza pie, indeed.
when the moon hits your eye, like a big pizza pie.
That's pretty
It's
amore.
That's amore.
Oh, this has been good.
All right.
Thank you for this. This is the great. I don't even need to drink tonight. This is the best pregame for Creed I could
There
have
it
ever had.
is.
I mean,
Wow.
the best way to appreciate Creed is to have at least 17.
I want you to
beers,
text me how many you have. I will.
Okay.
I will keep it a
No,
secret.
you know what? Even better. I'll tweet you guys #1 Beer Friday every time, and I'll just keep doing it.
This is incredible. Do this.
Great bit.
Yes.
I love this
Yes,
bit.
do that. So
Please.
that'll be a good way for
And
us to keep
Austin
track.
won't be driving. Everyone.
No, I am staying safe, and I am in walking distance of a place to stay tonight. So it
Great.
should be good.
Oh.
Yeah. So no one has to worry about
Oh,
it.
it's more like stumbling distance.
Well, I don't know. It could be an athlete. I
Wow.
may
By
run.
the way, Stibbs and Chance coming at us. Stibbs says this is a stretch. Chance says weak ass Happy New Year.
Oh wow, tough. That hurts.
Wow, I thought this was a fun one.
Chance is a little bitter after last night, apparently.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. When you lose in the Hall of Fame game.
I mean, this means the Lions are on a 2-game losing streak.
Dang, that's true.
Whoa.
Good point, John.
Yeah.
Really, you hate to see that.
After
They were
winning- after
15 and
winning
2,
that-
and now they're 0 and 2.
After winning that
Wow.
big game against the Vikings,
They've lost
it's
as many games in calendar year 2025 as they did from September until December 2024. Yikes, that's tough.
People forget. That's crazy.
yeah.
Tough. All right. Well, you guys have a great show.
You
Looking
have a
forward to
great
it.
concert, and so you're going to send a tweet, a One
Yep.
Beer Friday, every time you have a beer.
Yeah. So I don't know when this will start, but I'll let you know
All
as soon
right,
as it does.
we
You'll
will
get
be
it.
on the lookout. Will the first one happen before or after 6 p.m.?
If everything goes right this afternoon, before.
Good.
Okay, we'll be
Nice.
on the lookout.
We'll retweet it. And we'll retweet anybody who lets us know what they're
Yeah.
drinking.
Yeah, hashtag
if you're
One Beer
going to
Friday.
the Creed concert and have to drink ahead of time,
Or if
You
you're
know
just
what?
chilling.
Have to drink
Let's do a One Creed Friday today.
one Creed.
One
Friday.
Creed Friday.
And you take me higher.
Mm.
I'm ready.
Okay. There you go. The crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. The Grom on a One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, YouTube comments section coming in hot against Nick. I remember way back when Josh was a producer and never really talked. Nick is always interjecting on the host. What changed on that?
Josh said I could talk.
What?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I think we created a monster with Stibbs, and then the producers.
All producers feel like they can talk now.
Yeah.
Back in my day, you were to neither be seen nor heard.
You were like a child from the Little House on the Prairie days. You didn't spoke until spoken
I
to.
didn't talk very much.
No, you didn't.
It's way different.
You really
now.
didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we created a monster with Stibbs because we found out, hey, he actually might have a personality.
Is it time to put the monster back in the box?
I think it's too late.
All right. See you later, Nick. You're off the stream today.
Okay, bye.
Nick's wearing. Oh, you guys wore. Well, I'm wearing a fun shirt. This is my favorite Cubs jersey, so
Yeah, it's fun.
it counts.
We
It
took
is a
Nick
fun
off the
shirt,
stream.
fun.
Now you don't have to see him anymore. So we're hey, there he is.
That's funny.
McLaren,
By the way, Nick,
Goober.
I knew it.
You
See,
took- not to backseat produce, but when Nick took out you.
Yep, I took out the
yep,
audio.
yep.
My bad.
That was pretty funny.
Nick
That was pretty funny.
Nick muted us out.
Hey, we're fine. We're fine.
We're
It's been-
fine.
it's been a long
How
week.
is the
okay.
How is the new computer working today?
It's good now. It's exactly how it needs to be.
We fixed it?
It's fixed.
What did
Like-
they add
like
to it?
everything.
Did
is
they add
working?
like an audio card? What is an audio card?
It's a card that helps with the audio processing.
All right, I guess
No,
that makes
they
sense.
didn't
Yeah.
add anything to it. It's just yesterday we would try to log into the Jocks account.
Yeah.
And it just wouldn't work. So then Iowa Solutions poked around in it this morning and
They
then they made
figured
it
it
work.
out. Look at that. Oh, so we were on a guest account,
Yeah. We were in some
Okay.
like weird purgatory account where you could only get onto the internet.
but we're
Nothing
good
else on the
now.
computer worked.
Everything's fixed.
Yeah, it's good.
Wow, this is great.
Hmm.
I was gonna say, did one of the interns for After Hours fix it? Did you know?
Well,
Did
all
those-
5 of them?
Did you know that those were interns?
Yes.
Did you know that, John?
Wait, that
Do you know
who was
those
intern?
tiny baby boys that have been hanging out with After Hours every day?
Well,
When
I
we
just
walk,
thought- I
there's like
just thought-
100 people in the studio. and we
Well,
have to swim our way out.
I just thought they were guests, like from one of the local high school teams.
They had interns.
Nope.
We don't even have interns.
What would we use an intern for?
I don't know. Great question.
I mean, we've always threatened it. Hey, we should have a stunt boy go out and do goofy interviews and dance naked in traffic.
The only time that
But
I
we've
ever
never done
wish I
that.
had an assistant in this studio is sometimes I accidentally drank too much of my water during the segment, and I would like to be like, "Hey, could you go fill up my water?" That's the only time.
You've emptied an entire container during a segment.
During like a couple of segments, and then I forget that it's empty.
Damn.
Yeah, you got to stay hydrated.
How do you not pee more?
Oh, see, I need an intern.
See, I feel like
I don't want to ask Nick. I'd feel like a real jerk asking.
I
him.
drink a couple of these and then I just have to pee all day.
Yeah, I don't know. I pee a couple times. Pee
I've
once during the
always-
show, once before I leave, and then I'm good to go.
I wonder if I'm like a camel or something,
Oh,
because
Camel John?
I don't feel like I need as much water or hydration as I should.
ooh, you should probably have more, John. You don't want to accidentally.
But
get
this has
the,
been, it's been
the
like this
tingly
my-
winglies.
it's been like this my whole life,
Interesting.
where I'll get to a certain point in the day and I'll be like, man, I think I've only had like a cup of coffee and a Diet Coke, and that's it.
Yeah, I
And then
have.
and
Every morning,
I
a whole
don't-
pot of coffee, and I have one of these before, like one full thing of these before I go for a run.
Well,
Every
I
day.
understand it from from your standpoint. I'm not running like you are, but I've always been like this, where I sometimes I just go for a long time without drinking. Now there are times.
Stibbs, no, John, you're just dehydrated.
Well, I probably am.
Yeah.
But there are times where I'm like, just guzzling water and Gatorade and
Guzzle
whatnot.
boys.
Guzzle boys.
It's important. Water
is.
is important.
No, it is.
That's-
And I'm not endorsing anything that
Yeah.
I'm doing as being right or safe.
I've gotten in the habit
I just
of it.
feel
and so
like this is always
now I always have to have it.
well, okay. So like sometimes we'll go to the restaurant, and if we're just having sodas or something instead of like beer, because you get free refills on soda, everyone else at the table will be like two or three, and I'm still working on the same one.
Yeah.
Just sipping it.
I don't know why.
Gotta love a free refill though.
I know.
kind of like that American culture has gone the way of just having constantly having a water bottle.
Everyone
on
has
you.
water bottles now.
It just kind of happened out of nowhere. And people in Europe I've seen were like, yeah, why do Americans just carry water bottles all
It's
the time?
good to stay hydrated. That's one of the good things with the youth is apparently they carry water bottles around with them all over the place.
I wonder what started that, because it
Well,
for sure happened within
it's
the
when we
last
started
10 years.
selling water in bottles, to be honest
Well,
with you.
and when we started selling, once water bottles got better. Like I remember when
Yeah.
I was in Nick's chair, I had probably a Camelback at first, and that thing would sweat. I would put paper towels down on the table because, I mean, you know how humid it is in here. But once they started making these that keeps your stuff cold
Yep.
and insulated, that is a game changer.
This water
I
bottle is
agree.
incredible.
Yeah,
I
and
love
so
this.
because I like my water cold, it's quite cool, as Gandalf would say to Bilbo Baggins
Oh, after he took the ring
about
out of
the ring.
Didn't they throw? Wasn't that what they threw on the?
He didn't say that to Bilbo, didn't he? I thought he said that to Frodo because that's
Oh,
when
he did
put
say
it
it
in
to
the
Frodo.
fire.
Yes.
Is that what that was what they threw on the court in that WNBA game, right?
No, that
Bilbo.
was
They
no.
threw Bilbo on there.
Hey, a Bilbo's on the floor. Nick, how about this comment from Venmo Chris?
Hi, Venmo Chris.
I may talk my bleep, but I enjoy young Nick Grimm. He adds a certain charm to the show. Anyone who says otherwise can come fight me.
Oh, thank you, Venmo Chris.
There you go. That's exciting. Nick.
Everybody go fight him.
There's another person in my life he thinks you're an upgrade over Stibbs.
Wow.
So yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
I don't even think I'm an upgrade over Stibbs.
Yeah, me neither.
I can't even play guitar.
Or sing.
Wow.
Yeah.
An upgrade over Stibbs.
Yeah.
Shots fired at Stibbs.
Or is it
Well-
shots not fired at Nick?
Either way, we
Well-
can agree this is a very tough look for Stibbs.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it is. It is
Whoa.
a tough look for Stibbs. The Grum Down is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
What time did you make this? You didn't know about. Okay, the second bullet point says that you didn't make it before like 1 o'clock.
August has arrived. Go ahead.
Football! God, I love football. Even when it makes me sad.
But
It's here.
Micah Parsons and Jared Jones are
Not handshake,
separating.
I'm going to do my best today not to go on
and glory hope.
a rant like I did when John was gone. Remember when I just screamed for
Yeah,
15
your
minutes?
eyes were popping out like one of those like squeeze toys.
John, it was like you talking about the Big Ten, but for 15 minutes, and it was the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, but there's a difference. The Big Ten is incompetent. Jared Jones is a fine
No,
runner of
he
organization.
is
Who's
not.
going to live forever?
No, he is not.
Your God King, Jared Jones.
Jack Mitchell will be joining us.
I hate his guts.
Groin kicks and bad whistles.
Bad whistles. What's that
Yeah,
about?
just wait until you see what I have for Jack, because it's gonna it's gonna be
Curious
like
boy.
blood to sharks,
Oh, wow. Like
oxygen
water
to
to
plants,
me.
like water to Josh, like
It's
Jared
out.
Jones
I
to
need an
great
intern.
personnel decisions.
Can we get one of those after hours interns in here to fill up my water?
The dichotomy of Elijah Pritchett.
What's this?
Well,
What's this? What's
It's
going
the
on here?
dichotomy.
did you
of
see
Elijah
this?
Pritchett.
Did you hear about this? Because everybody except us is doing some kind of a countdown to Husker football season using either numbers or players. Like, here's the most important.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's doing it except us.
So wait, is this a Husker Online thing?
Husker Extra, aka
Okay.
World Herald Journal Star,
Where?
number 5 on their countdown
What?
was Elijah Pritchett.
He's not even starting, according to Michael Severe at practice on Monday. Remember? He got in trouble with Damon.
We're going to follow up on the addicted to quack column.
Just one more hit.
Yeah, for a column that has so much like deep football analysis.
How to smoke crack.
You were close.
It has such a like it should be a blog for watching cartoons or something.
The more annoying,
like a Daffy Duck fan club.
The more annoying thing for me with the website is that I don't know how
Top
to
three
give
cartoon ducks. Go.
Donald
and Daffy.
Yeah,
There's got to be a third cartoon
Well,
duck.
and then Donald
Puddles.
had his like nephews, so whatever his nephews
Huey,
name-
Louie, and Dewey.
Huey, Louie, and Dewey. Thank
Nice.
you.
But I hate how, because I think Addicted to Quack is great. I hate how the author is Hythe Low Day 1. Like, can you
Put
just
your
be
damn name on there. You can
Bob?
you can still have your Twitter handle. Just put your damn name on there.
Yeah, I don't understand these days.
Well, anyway, we're going to look at Nebraska's defense.
Yeah, more interesting stuff in there. Oh, Scrooge McDuck.
People
Scrooge.
forget about Scrooge.
Oh, Darkwing. Good call, Duncan.
Isn't Darkwing just... I thought that was like a... Okay, never mind.
Affleck.
The
Affleck duck.
Yeah.
Stibb says Darkwing Duck is goated.
I thought Darkwing was just like the superhero version of another established
Goaded
duck.
into doing something.
Nice, John.
25 teams today. It's the Terrapins, Turtle Power, Maryland.
And who is our guest, Nick? Nick switched it up on us.
I did a little bit of a...
He canceled on
switcheroo.
Sunday.
So did you tell this person, sorry, we don't want you anymore?
No, that's not what I
They
said.
canceled us?
No.
Oh, you did cancel.
I
him.
did cancel.
Wow, how come?
Scheduling conflict.
What?
I'd reach out to this person first.
Wow. So you just said we never mind, we already have someone?
I said there was a problem with the scheduling.
Wow.
It's because the other guy he's only written about Maryland once. So I'm happy that we're getting someone who I think is covering them better. I think.
It's somebody who's definitely feels more boots on the ground.
Because he's on 24/7. He's a 24/7 sports writer.
Well,
think he
either way,
founded
we're
their
previewing
24/7.
Maryland
Yeah.
today
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Jeff Erman of Inside Maryland Sports.
That's hilarious that you canceled on him.
Am I mad that the Cubs didn't do enough?
Yeah, duh. You're mad all the time.
Yeah. What aren't you mad about?
The Cowboys.
Definitely not mad about that. They're doing a great job.
No, they're
Mitch
not.
Holthus, speaking of teams doing a great job, Chiefs training camp report. We're 1 week in the can. Well, it's not a full week, but
5 days in the can.
It's kind of a full week.
It's a work week.
It is.
Yeah.
Everybody's working for the weekend.
It's kind of a full week in the can, and it is a One Beer Friday and predictions. And is this going to be the last of this round?
I pointed this out in an email.
think
Because
it
I'm
might
gone
be.
next Friday. You're gone the following
And
Friday.
then it's week 0. I always forget if week 0 is the end or the beginning of the because in the past when it was Nebraska, we made that the beginning of the new one. We could make it the end of this stage.
It feels floating. It should, like, whenever Nebraska plays, that's when it should.
So this will be the end of. So we can have one more after this, then, or we'll have a few football things in there. By the way, Aaron Papillion wants to know, no movie. What did I miss? Kent, this is his annual vacation to Minnesota.
Yeah, he's going to see family up in Minnesota.
I think it's his son, maybe. So Kent will be back next week, and that's a reminder that Stibbs will be in, and we are doing
The Salton Sea.
the Salton Sea,
which is not a seafood-based sports bar.
So we'll be doing that next week. And then
So,
after
yeah.
that, again, both of us are gone. I'll be gone.
Yeah,
At some point, we'll do The Departed. We still haven't done Happy Gilmore.
that's true. We haven't.
We can hold off on Happy Gilmore, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, do you have, like... Do you have, like...
Everyone's been. I almost
I know,
feel like
everyone-
we missed
Me too.
out here.
We should have.
because-
Maybe we should have just done it ourselves this week.
Probably. I don't have, like, the itch to watch it, you know?
Because seriously, by the time that we're all back together, it's going to be September, and the movie will have been out for a month.
Yeah.
Crap. We might have made a mistake.
I mean, I'm going to watch it anyway, just
Me
because-
too.
out
We
of
should-
curiosity.
We should have just done it. We should have done a
We
special movie club
should
today.
have just got it.
Bummer. Oh well.
Should have just got it. Well, there's your Grum Down, powered by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. So, I mean,
What?
this is your month. Do you want the good news first or the bad news?
Well, bad.
Well, the bad news is the Lions lost last night. No.
Sorry, Chance.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? So Trey Lance, famously of the 49ers,
And Cowboys.
completely blew up their draft so they could draft this guy.
And now the check is.
Somebody around these parts was calling it a massive reach. That would be me. Anyway, did you know that last night? So he played most of the game. Now, I did not see it. Again, I totally forgot it was on.
No, you did not.
No, I did.
We
I
had
swear
just
to
talked
God.
about it at 6. How did you forget it in an
Well,
hour?
I'm old and I forget things. I get home and
Oh my God, he admitted.
And
He did admit it.
when I turned on the TV, there was an episode of Mad Men. I'm becoming Mad Men pilled again.
John.
So I watched an episode of Mad Men and
Hell
I
yes.
ate dinner and then I went and took the dog for a walk. And by the time I got home, I forgot. But Trey Lance played most of the game.
Yeah, because he sucks.
Had 13 of 20, 120 yards, 2 touchdowns.
So this is the bad news, real quick.
Well, this is either news. You can call it whatever you want.
Okay.
Last night, remember, Trey Lance was drafted
Third overall
after the 49ers reached. Last night represented over 5% of Trey Lance's entire NFL career pass attempts. That includes all pre-regular and postseason games.
That ain't good, John.
That is crazy.
That is bonkers.
For a number 3 overall pick.
Yeah, I saw there was someone that I follow who said something last night like, why are you kicking a field goal, Jim Harbaugh? You know, like this is the Hall of Fame game. And somebody responded like, well, you got to get your special teams reps too. And it was like, no, Trey Lance has thrown like 900 passes. You need to give him more opportunities because he's barely played any football. I remember when he was coming out into the draft, we were talking about how little football he played.
Yeah.
And now it's even worse.
Yeah. But he actually did something last night. So good for him.
There you go.
Good for him.
Congrats.
But yeah, the bad news for Josh is the Micah Parsons drama has amplified. And it's amplified a couple of times today. Earlier this morning, the reports came out that they were so far apart, they weren't even engaging in talks. They weren't even talking.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Well, do you know why? Do you know the little backstory involved with this?
Fill us in.
So Micah and Jerry had a conversation, like just a conversation.
The two of them.
With
no agents around.
Correct.
Just them.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Not with Tua. Tua wasn't involved, but it's an excellent question, Nick. So they had a conversation. Micah, correctly, thought they were just having a conversation. Jerry thought that meant they were negotiating. And so then they got mad when Micah went to David Mulligetta, who's his agent, and was like, all right, here's what the framework that they presented to me. They're like, whoa, why did you go to your people? And someone that I was listening to this morning said, what do you think, like Jerry doesn't go to his people then? And who it's not like Jerry's writing up the contract. So then they just got mad. The Cowboys got mad about it because they were like, whoa, we thought we were making a deal. They were never making a deal. They were just having a conversation.
So they were having a conversation, and Jerry took it as to mean
they were negotiating.
And so he then went to Micah's agent.
No, they didn't go. They still have not gone to Micah's agent. Micah went to his agent, but they have not engaged with his agent. And so then at like 1:00, Micah wanted a trade.
Yeah, he put out
I didn't read it.
A lengthy.
I ain't reading that.
A lengthy post.
Very lengthy.
Yes, I wanted to be here. I did everything I could to show I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star on my helmet. I wanted to play in front of the best fans in sports and make this America's team once again. The team my pops and I grew up cheering for way up in Harrisburg, PA. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I no longer want narratives created to spread to the media about me. I'd purposely stayed quiet in hopes of getting something done, but since there is confusion out there, let me clear some things up. And then he goes on to explain basically what Josh just
And then
explained.
the very last line, I think he says something like, I've asked for a trade. I've told Stephen I want to trade. And Stephen being Stephen Jones, Jerry's son.
Yeah, I'm going to zip back here. Up to today, the team has not had a single conversation with my agent about his contract. Not one demand has been made by my agent about my money, years, or anything else.
Morons.
Still, I stayed quiet, but again, after repeated shots at myself and all the narratives, I have made a tough decision. I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys.
Awesome.
My trade request has been submitted to Stephen Jones personally.
2 tweets real fast before we talk to Jack. Michael Gelkin, who covered the Cowboys for a long time for the Dallas Morning News, tweeted a little bit ago, Micah Parsons is the only player to finish top 3 in the AP Defensive Player of the Year in each of his first 3 years of his NFL career.
Crazy.
Award voting began in 71. David Hellman, who now works for The Athletic, tweeted, if you want to play these games with Dak because he hasn't accomplished what a $60 million quarterback is supposed to, I still think you're wrong, but I understand the logic. Micah and CD, because they went through the same thing with CD
Mhm.
last year, have played 9 combined seasons and have been all pro in 6 of them. What are we doing? Like, this is so stupid. So stupid. Good teams. The good teams in the NFL, if they have a player of this caliber, they lock him up after 3 and they're done. They move forward because that's what you do. That's what smart organizations do. The Dallas Cowboys are not a smart organization. Funny thing is, I still think he's going to sign. I don't think they're going to trade him, but the relationship is very much souring for no reason whatsoever, other than ego.
And you do wonder
on the Joneses, not on Micah, by the way.
You wonder what it does to the rest of the locker room.
But all the players are tweeting right now about get this done. What are we doing? Like CeeDee Lamb,
because that it can bring down the morale in the locker room.
It should.
And it should.
He's the best player on the team, and they're treating him like.
Right.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
And now Jerry has gotten so stubborn, man. Oh, it's so frustrating.
All right, coming up, Jack Mitchell's going to join us, and we're gonna feed blood to the Sharks.
I am intrigued.
On 1620 The Zone.
from Stephen Berries. Praying one day because we're winning NIT. Ham is the water of meats.
What in the world?
What in the world? What?
There I am. I was
Yeah.
gone for a second.
Yep. There
That
he
was
is.
odd.
Technical joins us.
Hey, Jack.
What's up? Hello.
Yes. Oh, you sound a little downcast. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Nothing is wrong. I mean, that conversation you guys had was very just depressing. But
Which one?
the Dallas Cowboys update on Josh's
Why is
team,
that depressing?
I just kind of feel a little bad for Josh.
That's nice of you, Jack, because I
We're
wish I
friends.
co-hosted. Yeah, we are
We're
friends.
friends.
I was so happy for you. I was so happy for John when your teams won.
There's a difference.
John gets happy when my team fails and he tweets me about
because
it.
I've hated your team since I was a child.
Yeah, but then you got
So
to
that's
know.
not my fault. That's your fault for picking them.
Then you got to know me.
First of all, Josh.
And now I hate them even more. Oh, God. There's no damn teeth again.
First of all, Josh, I don't even think you knew me at any time that my teams have won anything.
Well, first of all, do we even know what Jack's teams are?
No. I barely knew Jack when the Royals won. Jack
Barely.
and I, we had talked. Remember, you would come in with your Washington Nationals hat, and John would always make jokes about it when we were in the tiny studio at KLIN.
Yeah.
So I was happy for you. I was happy for you in 2015. Uh-oh. Did you mute yourself? You muted yourself.
All right. I think I touched my. Do I sound okay, or did I switch my mic accidentally?
You're good.
You're good.
All right. No, yeah, I guess so. But in terms of our truly knowing each other, you've never even seen me experience like you've never even met victory, Jack, ever.
What are you talking about? You won the crown.
You poured champagne all over yourself.
That's
in November.
true. I
yes,
mean,
you did.
And you triggered Jack something fierce.
Yes, you did.
I mean, look, I still have the champagne stains, by the way, all over the wall back here.
I can't wait to sell this home.
Are there champagne
We're going to
stains?
have, the champagne stains all over the back. Yes, that's what they are, John. I kind of feel bad for you. You've never, I mean, yeah, you've got tastes during the Creighton games. You got, I don't even know what my 10 biggest victories sports-wise in the last decade have been.
First of all, why are
Creighton?
Why are
Colorado?
You, yeah, exactly. Why
Creighton,
are you
Colorado,
so enamored with Josh? He's putting you through hell by making you relive all of these groin kicks that we're finally down to the final five here, the top
True.
five.
Now I feel like I'm ready to move on to victory, Jack. I just like
it's a new
getting
era
this out of
for
our
Jack
system.
Mitchell.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, John, you said something in the previous segment that made me realize this. So a lot of the other networks, websites, they're doing countdowns of players.
Yes.
And I'm just counting down horrible losses.
Yes.
That's fun. That's my version of a countdown.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost
I guess
football
so.
season.
I guess so.
It's getting it out of the system. It's having one last listen. There's going to be so many victories and so much winning. We'll be tired of winning in a few years. That this whole era will be forgotten. It'll be something people will ask, did that even happen, or was that like a bad dream? And so it needs to be documented. It needs to be talked about during the time we have to, and just let the fun begin here in a couple weeks.
Has there been a game, and maybe it hasn't been revealed yet, where there's been a violent disagreement on how high, which game has created the most disagreement over how high it has been ranked on the Groin Kick Chronicles?
It's the Michigan game, right?
Which one?
2021.
Jack had the 2021 Michigan game somewhere in his top 10, and it came in at 24.
This is the one where Adrian fumbles the ball.
Yep.
And
The very one.
Ooh.
Yeah, that one was number 24.
Why was it number 24?
I can pull up
Because
the
his
math.
formula sucks.
That's rude, Jack. Let's see.
Even though I helped make it.
I was going to say, yeah, you helped out a little bit.
I mean, if they win that game, don't they go to a bowl?
No, they would have had 4 wins if they would have won that game.
They might have.
But yeah, the momentum that would have been
Butterfly
created
effect.
by
Oh,
that
I
game.
see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, perhaps. I'm just trying to find the data for that one in particular.
Wasn't that the first night that we got like light shows in the fourth quarter, or was that? Am I thinking?
I think
of a
it
different
had
Michigan
happened
game?
like the game before against Northwestern, but that was the
Oh,
first
that's right.
big game.
Right.
Yes.
The atmosphere that night was electric.
Yeah. So the thing that
I thought
that it didn't have going for it was that Nebraska's, because one of the parts of the formula is Nebraska's win probability for the game and the maximum win probability in the second half. And those numbers didn't get as high as it did in like the BYU game, for example, that it just kind of knocked it down a little bit.
Really?
So while like it had a lot of the components to a heartbreaker, it didn't have that going for it. And it also, Michigan is not like, we've made Iowa losses hurt more because it's a rivalry. Minnesota losses hurt more because it's Minnesota, Colorado, Oklahoma. Michigan is down a little bit because they just don't, for most fans, they don't have the same feelings towards Michigan like they do Colorado. Iowa.
And why should it have been in the top 10?
I have a slightly different formula than Josh. And
it's based on the temperature of your nuts.
There's some tweaks. I'll show you where my formula is. It's in here. Okay.
Inside your lungs?
It's at Corn Coast Brewing. No, it is. Sorry, that's my softball sponsor. Free ad. There you go. Free ad. Yeah, no, I don't like. I the gut feeling, the reaction, because I think there is a dynamic that has to be factored in. It's hard to define, which is celebration missed, or I believe I called it in an upcoming episode. I called it
opportunity cost.
Basically.
I called it, what did I call it, Josh, in our yet to be released finale? Something like unused fireworks factor or something like that.
Isn't that good? Yeah.
Or fireworks saved, maybe was
that's what you called it, the fireworks saved index or something like that.
Yeah, I just thought of something. This explains why it didn't seem like the fireworks in our neighborhood were as predominant this year. It's because they won more last year and thus they got used more during the season.
It could have been it. After that Wisconsin game, they finished up the entire 2024 supply and moved on. But yeah, it's the celebration that would occur if the game ended the way it is at a certain point. How good is that celebration, right? And that you miss, that you lose. That's, to me, and I think that Michigan one would have been. Plus,
that one maybe would have been as high as any game on the whole list.
Because the atmosphere in the stadium is what I'm thinking of in part two, even though I wasn't there.
4-3. They would have moved to 4-3. That was the first of 6 straight losses.
It would have been, but it would have been a party. Like it would have been like everyone felt like, okay, that turned to the corner.
I agree.
Yeah, that is the interesting part about that loss of all the losses is, in terms of the emotional tug, if you will, I think Jack is absolutely right. But yet, I mean, it only would have moved them to 4-3. They'd already lost to, because that was 21. They'd already lost to Illinois.
Yeah.
They lost to Oklahoma and they lost to Michigan State on the punt return.
I think
but you think about, so let's go back a little further. So you just mentioned the other 3 losses. Illinois, I mean, how did that game rank?
That game, you ready for this? That one is super low. That game was number 66.
And I mean,
because they were down by 22.
Right. Yeah. There was no chance. They really didn't feel like they had a great chance of winning. But it was so disappointing because beginning of the season, thought chance to get some momentum. Then you mentioned the Oklahoma game. Played really well. Probably should have won that game.
Yes.
And then Michigan State, I mean.
And that one has not showed up yet.
So using that as a guide, then winning that game against Michigan, I'm not saying it would have erased the other 3, but it would have felt like something had happened, because let's face it, they should have won at least 2 of those previous 3, right? So this was another, not only a missed opportunity in terms of the celebration, but another missed opportunity in terms of a game you had a chance to win and you couldn't pull it out.
Yeah, that's the other thing is momentum lost, right? It's a celebration missed and momentum lost, which is what you're talking about. And they're intangible things. You can't really quantify them, but I think that's one of those feelings, Same thing, it would be true of like the Mike Riley Wisconsin game in 2016 in terms of momentum lost on that one, Yeah. There were a few of those where you can't quite factor that in, but anyhow.
Hokie Skirt says, where did onside Ireland land? That game was 20 or
no, between 10 and 20, I think.
That was 17. Yeah, that was number 17.
When will we see the final 5?
That'll be Thursday.
The final 5.
And so the 5 games that remain are 2018 Colorado, 2019 Colorado, Let's see. I just want to make sure I get these in order. Or excuse me, 2018 Colorado, 2018 Northwestern, 2019 Colorado, 2021 Michigan State, and last year's Iowa game.
That's chronological order.
Yes, that is chronological. That is not the order of the games. Or is it? Find out next week.
It's not.
Damn it, Jack. Spoilers.
I dare show you this, knowing that you'll immediately gravitate this, because if there's one thing Husker fans like is receipts on how bad officiating is.
Yeah. Yes, please.
This is from our friend Dave Bartu.
You're speaking Jack's language right now.
So he tweeted out last night, in the Big Ten, it appears in 2024, the two teams with the worst judgment call luck
really,
Dan Lanning and the Ducks with a -8 net judgment calls, and Matt Rule of the Huskers with -13. No other Big Ten team was worse than -6.
You sure about that? Are you sure? And I don't know.
Here's the definition. Okay. According to Matrix, there are two flags. There are judgment call flags and non-judgment call flags. Obviously, the judgment call flags are personal or pass interference and holding. Those are judgment calls. Obviously, offside calls, procedure calls. Those are technical or non-judgment calls. And Nebraska had a -13 last year. Leading the Big Ten.
That is amazing.
In net judgment calls.
I guess I wish someone had mentioned that what now he did he say I don't know what the word is, but that those bad calls had I guess an impact. Did he mention that?
Read the final sentence of the bottom tweet there for those of you watching it on the stream. These highly, in all caps, impact expected points per drive.
So that is one way of saying they had an impact on the game.
Or maybe they matter.
Interesting.
Largely. No kidding, man. Boy, it would have been cool if somebody had said that before we had the analytics, just to let everybody know,
Yeah.
Yeah, why wouldn't
Isn't that crazy, though? The Ducks, who won the conference, were -8 in net in judgment calls, and Nebraska was -13.
Yikes.
-13. And how many of those calls were missed holding calls on the other
Rocco
team?
says how many of those calls were just from the Ohio State game?
Yep. How about defensive holding, Ohio State. Pass interference, USC.
Yeah.
I mean,
The game did end on a missed call.
It did.
Missed call is putting it too nice.
What would you call it?
Really missed call?
Lincoln Riley dipping into his 401k missed call.
Oh, yeah, that was rough. I mean, remember that screen capture after that game, Jack, where Banks's jersey is getting ripped from sea to shining sea?
So that game, I can't remember who Creighton was playing, but Creighton was playing that night, and I was kind of following on the live stats, and I saw that they lost, and then I saw an uproar on Twitter about the last play, and I went and I saw the last play during a break, and I said, it didn't really look that bad until I saw the still photo. And it was like, oh my God, they missed that one.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I mean, and basically every game we've talked about already involved a bad call. 2021 Michigan, wasn't a fumble? Assume it is. 2016 Wisconsin, missed pass interference. Speak of the devil. There's another one. TJ Watt.
People
staying on his career, in my opinion. Probably keep him out of the Hall of Fame.
It should. Hey, Jack, I got a question for you. Have you seen the quote from Rocco Spindler from yesterday?
Hey, Rocco.
By any chance?
I don't know. I don't think so.
All right. I'm going to read this to you because John and I haven't discussed this either. Have you seen this quote? Do you know what he said yesterday?
I think I'm aware of what you're about to read.
This room can be the best O-line in the country. I believe we can win the Joe Moore Award, and I believe we will. I don't want to ask you if you think this is going to be the best offensive line in the country, but have you considered at all that the offensive line, or have you allowed yourself to believe that the offensive line won't just be improved, but that they could be a legitimate strength on the team? And if so, what would that mean for the offense?
Before I answer that, what in the world is the Joe Moore Award?
It's the award for the best offensive line in college football.
When did that? Is that a thing? That's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never
I'll be
seen
honest
that.
with you. I'd never heard of it either.
Really?
The Joe Moore Award?
I don't
thought
remember.
you guys knew ball. All
Is
right.
that just like a guy?
College football's got all these nonsensical awards.
They talk about it all the time. That's one of the most talked about awards.
No, stop.
I'm
I've
serious.
never heard of this.
All right. Last year, the winner was Army, by the way. Interesting.
Well, there's
Anti-troops.
another reason why I didn't know.
Started in 2015. It's a
okay,
recent-
so it's not even that old.
Are
We're not talking like the Heisman here.
That's a great reminder that Michael Severe of the Jet Award joins us on Monday, John.
The Jet Award is
I've heard
older
of.
than that award.
I've heard of that one. Yes.
Yeah, the Jet's
For
been
sure.
around.
The Remington is older than that award,
Of
right?
course, the Remington is. Okay, you're right.
Look.
The Jet Award started in 2011.
Yeah,
I stand
we're
corrected.
not crazy.
All right.
Okay.
Anyway,
Anyway,
yeah.
Do we have a watch list yet for this year?
Probably. It's just every offensive line in college football.
What is
Which is what every watch list should be.
What has Joe Moore said? Yeah.
Okay, that's not the question. I want to know if you think the line could be good.
Yes, and it depends on the guy who said it in part, and the Alabama transfer. His name's slipping my mind right now. Elijah Pritchett. So, like, beyond those two guys, we kind of know who everybody is on that offensive line. Most of the guys who are going to get time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've got a really good. It just happens to be a year where there is tons of starts over the years on that Nebraska defensive or offensive line. The defensive backfield is kind of like that too. But like you go through Lutovsky, I mean, I think he started under Bo Pelini for a while, or like at least was a backup under Bo Pelini. He's been there for absolute ever.
Does
You've
it
got
feel like that? I could see that about Corcoran.
Corkboard is
Corcoran even more. Well,
Yeah.
Corcoran was actually under
around when
Solon.
Dan Young and Milt Tenniper were still coaching.
Yeah. Corcoran actually won the Outland in 2004. People forget that. But anyway, Corcoran's bet, and then Evans now he's at a new position, so that's a little different with him.
Matt Rule's very high on him on that.
Yeah,
position.
yeah. And then I know he said Kanak is starting right now, but I think Gatula, Prohaska, that's kind of about injuries with him. But you got a huge group of guys like who have been solid, right? Who have been solid generally. Corcoran's been playing out of position, I think, a long time if they get him in at the right position too. But there's quite a long list there. Now, if those two guys that come in are, at a different level, and they've got a solid group with depth, so there isn't a clear weak link aside from them. I don't know about winning the Clint Moore Award, but I think it could be the best offensive line that they've had.
Roger Moore Award.
Yeah, okay.
It's unreal. Thought you guys
is he a great offensive lineman?
Roger Moore, 007, James Bond.
Okay, that's what I thought. That makes sense.
Nice reference.
That checks out. I don't know about like the best in the country, but I think it's got a shot to be the best Nebraska offensive line since I don't know when. Right?
That's the question I've been trying to figure out.
That's good enough for me right now.
Yeah.
And that's what I think.
And I buy into that, by the way.
I think
it can be and will be.
And by the way, I think that happens if Pritchett and Rocco are like, live up to what their best case scenario is as transfers. I think that'll be the result, to be honest. It's not the highest bar in the world, for the record.
No.
But man, if we're on overreaction, for example, on that first Thursday, and we're like, the offensive line is a strength of the team, not just that they've improved and not just that they can be good, but if we could say that they're a strength.
Well, first off, people would be saying, you're jumping the gun. It's too soon. It's only one game.
That's fair. But man, like that would be fine after the Michigan game. That's a perfect game. You say that after Michigan and it changes the whole tenor of this season.
I think after 4 weeks, we're going to know.
Because that'll be a talented defense that they play against.
Yes.
We're going to learn a ton at the end of September.
I'm starting to do a little bit of figuring stuff, looking at Cincinnati. I bet they are going to try. I know there'll be all the attention, obviously, on Raiola and Key and everything else. Man, I bet Emma Johnson is going to get a lot of runs behind that offensive line. Cincinnati gave up last year. That was a weakness for the team. Now they got old Corleone back this year along the defensive line. One of the coolest names in college football. But he's had some issues, but he's a good defensive tackle. But they got kind of pushed around a little bit last year, guys. That Cincinnati defensive front.
Okay, so I've been asking the question all week. run offense or run defense going into the season, which is the larger concern?
The larger concern?
Yes. Run offense or run defense?
I haven't seen the run offense. I just haven't seen it operate at a really high level at Nebraska yet under Rule, really under a lot of coaches. So I would say it's run offense still, because it's, there's just no huge I'm not super concerned about either, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Those are not among my biggest concerns. I mean, if I feel that way about the offensive line, and I'm fairly bullish on Emmett Johnson too, but I don't know.
Like, you're also bullish on the defensive line?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Severe's talked you into it, hasn't he?
Yeah, a little bit of that. But I've been with this about the defense, Josh, for a long time, though. Even before the Riley Van Poppel stuff, which I know that a lot of people I've talked to are really high on him coming in and kind of replacing Nash. But it's just, I am, Shavers, McGahee. There's a lot. I just think there's still a ton of talent on that defense. We just haven't seen it. I don't feel like, I think Robinson left a big gap, right? I think the edge rushers that Nebraska lost left a huge gap. But other than that, I mean, I don't really see huge holes that need to be filled. And for the most part, for the guys who are being replaced, I'm kind of excited about their replacements along the defense. But I think Van Poppel, I mean, listen to, he's probably talked to you guys about it too. But he is all in on Van Poppel. And by the way, when Van Poppel's in, what has he been, guys? An absolute rush stuffer in the most key situations. Like, that guy has the most goal line stands per player or per play in the country, I think, with some of those big ones that he's gotten. Like, that's the role he's filled. So I think that brings me some confidence too. But so I'll say I always think Matt Rule is going to have good defensive lines and good run defenses. Like, we can say what we want about whether or not we trust him and we have things I'm too critical, but I will give him this. Like, I think he's earned for me over his career and his time here that assumption about him, that he's going to have a good defensive line. He's going to have a good defense. I tend to have some confidence there.
I don't know if you guys saw this today, but the new Osborne facility has a Starbucks in it.
I saw that.
Starbucks sucks. Sucks.
Forget that sponsor.
I mean, I listen, I get the whole everyone likes their caffeine, likes their coffee thing. But does that sound like the type of stuff you should be encouraging your athletes?
Coffee's good for you.
Yeah, but the caffeine and all that stuff, is it really good for you?
What about one of those?
Coffee is not bad for you.
I'm not saying it's bad for you, but don't you
foo-foo stuff maybe.
Well, I mean, when most people go to Starbucks, guess what they order? The foo-foo stuff.
But coffee is, I don't think it's a net negative. Maybe it's not a net positive.
Caffeine, people take people drinking energy drinks constantly, pre-workout stuff.
Yeah, coffee's way better than you for an energy drink. Nick?
It seems a little different.
I drink tea. I'm a tea boy.
Nice. I think that's good for you.
It is.
Here's the ultimate performance drink.
Diet Mountain Dew. That reminds me, I need some more. My son keeps stealing it from me. It drives me nuts. I miss my diet.
And you monsters want to take that out of Memorial Stadium. You monsters.
No, I've never said take Diet Mountain Dew. You just got to take that Pepsi crap out of it.
That's not how it works.
Why not? They're going to have like 85 different, flavors and cans of beer in there.
Hey,
why can't we have multiple sodas? Why do we have to be stuck with one kind of soda brand? Why can't we have multiple brands?
Speaking of which, did you guys see the pictures from inside the was it Tyler Kai who put these out? Did you see this? Have you heard about this?
Of the concessions, yes.
Yeah. Oh, you did. Okay. I thought it was good.
Oh, would you like to join us on our board? How much do you think they will charge for a normal domestic beer?
See. I'm looking at the case. We got Busch Light, we got Bud Light, we got Modelo, we
Mick
got
Ultra.
Neutrals and Mick Ultras.
For like a generic, Bud Light, domestic.
Are
beer.
These? Can you guys tell if these are tall boys or are they those like 24
We are assuming that they are tall boys.
They're tall boys. That's
just
usually
16.
Charles says $14.75 for a tall. I
would say 12.
That's what I said. I said 12. John said 10. Austin said 11. Nick said 13. So Jack, you're with me.
Yeah, you're sure these are 16s and not 24s?
I think they're.
Do you have the photo with you?
I'm looking at it
tweeted it
right
out?
now. I'm looking at Tyler Kai. I have the link if you need it.
Yeah, if you want to like put it somewhere.
I'll put it in the chat here. Yeah.
Thank you, Jack.
I'll put in the.
Yeah, but can you zoom in on it enough to see? That usually
don't
the
know.
beers they sell. Well, then again, Nebraska.
I can't post it on your thing.
All right, I'll find it.
won't let me do
Somebody
it.
sent it to me yesterday. I'll find it in my.
I can't find the private chat either. Sorry.
It's at the bottom. It says private chat.
Oh, I got studio chat. Is that it?
It's so different now. They've been updating it.
Yeah, private chat.
It's
right
been
there.
really annoying.
Hey, there's a message from you in that. Did you send me that today?
Yep, I sent it to you
Wow.
right before we
How about
started.
that? Like, we communicate with each other in 5,000 ways, and now you're sending me a private chat on this thing. I mean,
Yeah, those look like tall boys to me. I just figured you would see it, Jack, because you're hopping out with us.
Yeah, I would say they're
I
tall.
did
boys.
now.
Yeah. So just hit us.
The answer is I don't know.
Okay, cool. That's what I said to John yesterday.
I don't know.
Yeah, I said I don't know, which probably means.
You want to do any other secretive business here?
Oh, hang on a second.
I don't think so.
Hang on a second. Hold on. Got to zoom in a little bit more. This is a pretty good picture, by the way. Whoops. Enhance.
Those look like tall boys. Those look like
Okay.
tall boys.
Like a bottle of Aquafina.
Yes, because they're about as big as a bottle of Aquafina, which in my opinion means they're tall boys. Because a 24 ouncer, I mean, those things are huge.
They have those at like Pinewood Bowl, or at least they used to when you go to a concert there.
Actually, they
Well,
might
they have
be,
those at Kaufman.
They might be 16s.
Yeah, Kaufman.
I just got a text from someone who said that he just asked Tyler Kai the size of the cans. All right, so we're gonna. This is some boots on the ground journalism.
The size of the cans.
I think they're
What's the
16.
size of your cans?
Brett says at the Garth Brooks concert they were 24 ounces.
I think these
I
are
think they might be
16.
24s.
I've zoomed in as far as I can without letting.
A
we
402
need-
texter says I can confirm they are 16-ounce beers. More
Okay.
boots on the ground journalism.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
We
so
need
Jack,
someone to put like a ruler up next to them or something.
Nice. So you said 12.
$12 if they're tall boys, 16 ounces.
Okay, we'll find out
But
tomorrow.
I'm going to bring this cup along so I can put mine. If I got a drink, I want a souvenir cup with a friggin' hologram on it. That's what I expect. And so I'll be bringing this along to be putting my neutral or whatever in it. Or my
Are you going?
To what? Oh, the thing Saturday night? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Jack, you could go and you could tweet out like all sorts of scoops.
My
like,
in-laws
man,
are coming.
Yeah, and get banned like Michael Severe.
Nice.
My in-laws are coming.
In-laws, that's exciting.
Wow, Nebraska missing a Nebraska open practice so we can spend time with some Iowegians.
Yeah, it's tough.
I don't know if I'm missing it, but
Wow. Jack out on practice.
Hokisker asks, will they have a Scoffraw Margaritaville stand?
They should.
Wow.
That would be amazing.
They should.
A legend.
I did notice that they, because the same picture had some pictures of concession stands. Apparently, there's Herbie burgers,
Black shirt barbecue, Herbie
Herbie
burgers,
yeah,
and BRU Express Beer Market. I like Express Beer Market. It sounds like a trendy grocery store.
It
I like
does.
that.
I'm guessing that might be that. Maybe it's that touchless stuff or cashierless.
Cashless?
Well, there's
No,
no
it's
way,
all cashless,
no way,
we know that.
no way anyone underage would get it if that's what it is.
Yeah, that's
Jack,
true.
how do you feel about the beer places where you go and they have the cup and there's the hole in it and they put the magnet on it? How do you
I
feel
like
about
those.
that?
Those are cool.
Where it goes up.
They
I
haven't sold those things.
haven't had one of those for a long time. Where do they have those? Hopcat, I think I had one once.
I know
I thought they had them at Salt Dog games too, don't they?
I thought they had
yeah,
them
they
at
might.
your arena back in the day. I think that was the first time I ever had it at a UNO or a Creighton basketball game.
I would say no strong opinion.
Well, I like
That's
it.
rare for you.
I like it though because there's less head on the top. it is. When it
Jack.
fills,
Right.
it's
just beer.
It's just beer. There's no foam.
That's why they do it, I assume.
Yeah.
So they don't have as much waste, right? With the
Correct.
tipping.
Correct.
And it's pretty easy for them to fill because you just plug in whatever ounces it's going to be.
Yeah,
in,
but
I
bet
bet
I was gonna say though, I bet if you don't
That's
quite
still.
get like latched on it, I bet there's some real messes. that
Yeah,
can come
that's
from that.
That's fair.
Well, it's all magnetics. It's all science.
Magnets. How do they work?
It's magnets.
Am I right, Nick? You got that reference.
I did.
Magnets B.
All right. Well,
So Insane Clown Posse, John?
do what?
You know the Insane Clown Posse?
No.
I read a book recently
I know of them.
about 1999, and ICP came up.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Juggalos. Those are the fans.
You know about Juggalos, John?
I don't know.
The FBI put them on a gang watch list.
Yeah, exactly. It talked about it in the book.
Well, they probably deserved it.
Wow, John, they're just fans of music.
They've been scapegoated a lot, actually.
They have been.
Just fans of music.
People just think they're freaks, so then they just scapegoat them and say
Yeah,
that they're
imagine. I mean,
bad.
They are kind of
think,
freaks, aren't they?
but that is. I mean, if everybody I thought was a freak would go on a list, then I mean, Nick has been on one 800 times.
Right.
Well, maybe he has.
Why am I getting put on the same list multiple times?
It's multiple lists,
Oh.
different freak lists.
It's a lot of lists.
Many lists. We know the best lists.
Mhm.
John could be on a watch list for being a Hall & Oates fan.
You make
I could.
my dream.
I could.
Nice.
We're watching this guy. These guys are crazy. These Hall & Oates fans.
Got to keep an eye on him.
Yep.
Where's he hauling the oats to?
Oh, good Lord.
I don't know. We got to
And with
talk
that-
Maryland football.
Yeah, we got to talk Maryland football.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, they're Nebraska.
Is that next?
Yes.
Oh, can I just hang on and listen?
Sure.
We'll put you in the green room, and then hey, you can respond to my private chat comment, and you can.
I
let
already
me know.
did. I don't know the answer.
All right, there you go.
Ask my boss.
Jeez.
Perfect.
I thought we would just kind of do these things on our own. Kind of do our own thing.
I guess so.
All right. Have a good weekend.
Bye, Jack.
We'll continue with 25 teams and 25 grums, the Maryland Terps.
Nice.
16-20 the zone.
The countdown is on.
Good protection for Childs. Watch the end zone with Miscellaneous. And was that picked off inbounds? Looks like this time it was from Jalen Husky. One-on-one again. This time it might be successful. It is. Ty Felton touchdown.
Edwards steps up in the pocket. Looks to the end zone. Touchdown! Octavian Smith somehow held on. It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
And today the focus turns to the east and Nebraska's Week 7 opponent, the Maryland Terrapins, who last time they sauntered into Lincoln, they stole a victory. Whew. But Nebraska goes to Maryland this time. Last time that happened, Nebraska actually had its probably best game under Scott Frost.
It's one of the few good games they had
One
under
of the
Frost.
few.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out what 2025 has in store for Maryland as we welcome in from Inside Maryland Sports, member of the 24/7 Network, Jeff Ehrman, who covers the Terrapins. Jeff, thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So with where this program has been under Mike Loxley and now looking at the new era of college football, the portal, the rev share era, how strongly do you think Maryland football is poised?
I think it's tough coming off a year that was as rough as last year was to say where they stand at this time. I will say that I think the ceiling is higher. There's more of an opportunity, obviously, now that, everyone has the same rev sharing, quote unquote salary cap. Now that the divisions are gone, they don't have to play Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State every year. This year they only play one. So, the potential is there, but you can only be a sleeping giant for so long before you're just sleeping.
Yeah, it's been really interesting, Jeff, because I'd forgotten about it until I was reading a story earlier this morning that he also vented about his frustrations in a book that came out last year. Armin Katayan, John Talty, the authors of The Price, and he talked about it then. So this has perhaps been like a constant theme from him over the last, 18 to 24 months, depending on when he spoke to those authors.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a tough scenario for him. You look at some of these other schools, Nebraska included, and then obviously the powers of the conference, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, if it's all coming down to money, some of the amounts that they're spending on these rosters, then Maryland just simply couldn't compete with that. So last year they had, I think, a $3 million roster, whereas Indiana was somewhere over 10 million, and all these other schools had so much more. You're just very rarely going to be able to overcome that. So I think it does give them a little more of an opportunity.
Talking with Jeff Ehrman of Inside Maryland Sports as we preview the Terrapins in 25 teams and 25 grums. So the story at quarterback, Malik Washington is the future, but Justin Martin comes over from UCLA out of the portal. What do you anticipate will be the situation at quarterback in opening week?
Yeah, Mike hasn't really shown his hand on that one. My guess is that Malik Washington will likely be the starter. I can definitely see a scenario where maybe even if he's the expected starter, you start Justin Martin the first week or two just to let Washington, take a little bit of pressure off, even though it's against lower level opponents. Let him come into the game and get in the flow. But, by all accounts, he's lived up to all the hype. He's the number 5 quarterback recruit in the country this year, and I think there's a pretty good chance he'll be their starter as a true freshman.
Jeff, sticking with the offense, you wrote about Nolan Ray recently for the website, saying a breakout is expected from him. The redshirt sophomore has generated buzz since arriving 2 years ago. He's interesting to me because he kind of reminds me of a Husker running back as well, just given solid production, but wondering what it could mean if the carries increase over the course of a full season. What are you expecting to happen with him in 2025?
Yeah, I think he's, one of their top breakout guys this year. Last year, he averaged 5 yards a carry behind Roman Hemby, who's now gone, playing for Indiana. So, I think this is the year where he sneaks up on a lot of people in the conference because there's not a lot of preseason hype about him, understandably, but he's one of the faster, one of the faster, shiftier combo running backs they've had in a while.
Talking with Jeff Erman of Inside Maryland Sports, the Terps rebuilt its receivers through the portal for a team that really struggled offensively, especially in the second half of the season. You've got Farouk and Webb from Oklahoma and Tennessee, respectively. What are they expected to bring this year that Maryland was maybe lacking?
Well, I don't think you're really going to get something necessarily you're lacking because, two of those guys went in the draft,
right.
Obviously Ty Felton and Caden Prather. So you're really just hoping to be somewhat as good as you were last year at the position, considering there's not a lot of proven guys. But, Farouk was the guy at Oklahoma, showed he had number one receiver potential, and then he had an injury. Local guy who's back home, they expect a lot out of him. And then, like you said, the Webb kid from Tennessee was a former 4-star, really good athlete, but still, hasn't put a lot of stats on paper. So I don't know, you hope that he can pan out and be one of your top two guys, but he hasn't proven it. And, the other guy to watch is Octavian Smith. He's been around. He's a senior now. He's been playing regularly since his true freshman year. And, they feel like he's a guy who could really take off and be a legit number one or number two receiver this year.
Speaking of pass catchers, Jeff, Dorian Fleming, Georgia State product from last year. He had 6 touchdowns, put up close to 600 yards as a freshman. Obviously jumping up a level. What is the expectation? How good can he be?
Yeah, they like him a lot. They felt like he was one of the best guys they got out of the portal. They think he's an upgrade over the tight ends they had last year who were pretty good. There's still a question about the depth behind him, but, I think there's a real chance he could be in the top tier of tight ends in the conference.
Talking with Jeff Erman of Inside Maryland Sports, one of the better pickups out of the portal was Ratrell Perry on the offensive line. How does that group shape up this year?
Well, they feel like it'll be improved, but, we need to see that to believe it, I think, because it's largely the same guys who really struggled last year, arguably the conference's poorest offensive line play all season. And so, they did add Perry, like you said, a tackle who had offers from a lot of schools, including Ohio State and a bunch of others. They have some guys back. Alan Heron is a kid last year who was highly touted but struggled. They feel like he's much improved this year. And then they have Isaiah Wright, who was a transfer from Buffalo, who was believed to be one of their best offensive linemen last year, but was injured before the season and never played. They have him back, so they feel like the unit isn't improved. But, with the way it played last year, that desperately needs to be accurate.
Jeff, looking at the defense, a lot of people are saying that the biggest question mark is that front seven. If you agree with that, I wonder if you think the sub-biggest question mark is with the front four, or is it with the linebackers?
The front four, to me, the linebackers, you might think that that'd be where it was just because they lost a couple of starters, Caleb Wheatland and Kellen Wyatt in the portal, but they have a lot of young talent emerging there. Including a kid named Daniel Wingate, who I think is going to be a star. The defensive line, they brought in some veteran transfers, but they're not big names. They're guys they liked, but, you lose 2 players who were drafted on that unit also. And it's, there's a lot of younger talent there, or guys who were, viewed as 4 stars and such, but everybody needs to pan out there because obviously, in the Big Ten, you can't win without being able to hold up in the trenches.
And the pass rush really struggled this year. How much has that been a focus in camp?
Yeah, that is definitely a focus. They're playing under a different defensive coordinator, Ted Monachino, who's, from everything that's being said, will be more aggressive than the previous coordinator, Brian Williams. But like you said, the pass rush was very weak last year. They have some young guys who they think that will help them there, but that's another area that, you really need to take a step up in.
Jeff, last one from me. And going back to the beginning of the conversation about some of the things that Loxley said, there was a quote from Daniel Wingate recently where he talked about the weird tension in the locker room last year. He said once the losing started going on, there was a lot of bickering going back and forth, a lot of this guy shouldn't be playing, this guy shouldn't be doing that. It was a mess. Like, how big of a concern do you think that is for this season, that this has all become very public now in a short amount of time, and that it could affect the Terps in a negative way?
Well, if you believe, Loxley's theory, which is that it was based on not having enough money, basically, compared to opponents. So there were haves and have-nots in the locker room, is how he stated it. Then they should be in better shape now with the amount they're spending under the revenue sharing deal. So, that's been the company line. That last year was a lot of it was just not enough money to go around. And then once things went downhill, the wheels fell off the bus. But it's hard for us to say without being in that locker room. I assume a lot of it, again, comes down to how well the season's going.
Jeff Ehrman, Inside Maryland Sports. Jeff, we always wrap up these previews with a little rapid fire, a quick answer session. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right, here we go, Nick.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
The most important player this season for Maryland.
Oh, wow. Probably Malik Washington, just because, he's the future at quarterback and, he's the face of Maryland moving forward.
Player that you're most interested to see how they contribute this year.
I'll go back to Nolan Ray, the running back. I think he could be a star this year.
What is the floor expectation this year for Maryland?
If you listen to Vegas, it's not very high. They've got them at a 4.5 over-under on wins. So, anytime you have that, your floor is probably in that 2 or 3 win range. But, I don't think that'll happen. But after last year, you never know.
The thing that you love most about this year's team is?
The amount of emerging and young talent they have. Loxley's recruited really well the past several years. So this doesn't have all the household names on it, but it has a lot of guys with high ceilings.
The thing that worries you most about this team?
The trenches, offensive and defensive lines. Offensive line was very poor last year, has most of the same guys, and defensive line doesn't have really many proven commodities at all.
If you had 10 grand riding on it, what is your regular season record prediction?
I'll probably go 5 wins. I think they're talented but young. The schedule's easier than usual, but it's tough, especially with likely a true freshman under center.
What percentage chance do you give Maryland of beating Nebraska?
I'd say that looks like a classic 50-50, maybe 60-40 kind of game. It's hard to know. Nebraska looks improved, but it is at Maryland. I'll say 50-50.
Your conference champion pick this year?
I know everyone likes Penn State, but I got to go with the Buckeyes.
And give me 3 teams that you would wager to win the national title.
Oh, wow, that's a tough one. I'm going to go with the Buckeyes, still proven otherwise. Georgia, and who's a good third one? We'll be conference homers and throw Penn State in there.
Jeff Ehrman, Inside Maryland Sports. Jeff, have a great weekend. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff Ehrman from Inside Maryland Sports, Terrapins 24/7. So here we go. The Maryland Terps.
Easy sketch to start.
Yep. Florida Atlantic, Northern Illinois, and Towson before they go to Wisconsin. There is a chance that this is a 4-0 football team heading into the Idle Week.
Could be.
And then host Washington, host Nebraska.
That'll be a cross-country flight for Washington.
Let's just pretend.
They're
For
undefeated?
argument's sake, let's pretend.
Big noon kickoff.
Let's pretend.
To College Park,
Well,
Maryland.
I wasn't going to say that. Let's say, because I think best case scenario,
Dave Portnoy eating pizza.
I think best case scenario, Maryland is 4-1 versus going into the Nebraska game.
I would agree. That is best case. More likely, they're probably 3-2.
If it's truly a 50-50 battle, that being that is Nebraska's first true road game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Could be a little interesting, especially if Malik Washington is living up to expectation.
By the way, so commenter Jimmy said that he thinks Washington has a 70% chance to win the game. Meanwhile, according to K Ford, Nebraska has a 75% chance. No, he's saying Maryland has a 70% chance to win.
If you look at K Ford.
No, I'm saying the listener, Jimmy, is saying he says Maryland has a 70% chance to win the game.
Why are we quoting weird people?
He's a listener. I was using that as a way to say, but K Ford says 75 for Nebraska.
I'm going to trust K Ford on this one.
Okay.
At UCLA, then another idle week, and then they finish up with Indiana, at Rutgers, at Illinois, Michigan State.
And remember, Michigan State is at Ford Field in Detroit.
That is true. K Ford says 5-7 with a 35% chance of 6 wins.
Yeah, I think this could be the last year for Loxley.
He's recruited well, though.
Yeah, but I don't think that this is going well. I don't think that this is going in the right direction.
Depending on Maryland's financial situation, and of course, now because of the portal, I mean, if things really go south, maybe Malik Washington ends up going to another school. But presuming that you could keep the young talent, it could be an interesting job to walk into for a first-year coach.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because you're going to be in this conference and you're going to have to go up, and at least they're not in the Big Ten East anymore, but they still got a lot of stuff to deal with. Chris writes on the text machine, another one of the guests that doesn't understand what rapid fire means. I thought he did a solid job.
He did a good
still
job.
Had like a minute and a half left.
I think he did a very good job in the sense of
he gave an answer, and then he gave a tiny bit of information,
yes,
and then he moved on.
And then he moved on.
Now, I would say yesterday, Paul Keels did the best because he goes, name. Like, that was the GOAT.
Right.
But this was better. I mean, some of them have been like, here's 8 other paragraphs for you. He was giving normal answers to rapid fire.
Right.
Yeah.
I am fine with, rapid fire going more than just, 4 syllables.
Yeah, for sure.
Per answer. No, I give kudos to our guest, Jeff Ehrman.
Thank you, Jeff.
For a fine rapid fire.
And I'm going to give kudos to Nick Grimm. Nick Grimm is 10 for 10 after 2 weeks. He canceled on one Maryland guy. Can you imagine, John? It's like when you kick a field goal and you make it, but there's roughing the kicker, and the coach is like, awesome, we're taking the first down. And then you get stuffed and you don't score. That could have been Nick. Can you imagine how embarrassing that would have been?
I mean, that sounds like something that his football coach, Mike McDaniel, would do.
It does sound like something his football coach would do. But instead, Nick is Dan Campbell. For now. I mean, who's his Washington Commanders, though?
Yeah, we'll find out.
We will indeed.
So we are 2 weeks through in 25 teams and 25 grums. That means 3 weeks to go. And
I don't think we know what next Monday is just yet.
Don't know.
Unless, wait. We might. Let me check. We do. Our Monday guest. Oh, wait, never mind. That's a different guest that we're talking to on Monday. Nick, who's our Monday 25 teams guest?
Our 25 teams guest for Monday, that is Monday, August
the 4th.
The 4th.
Yep.
Is none other than
the guest for Monday, August the 4th.
You better not blow this one. That's my mom's birthday.
Nick!
No, the thing is, it's booked. It's in my office. I just don't remember off the top of my head, which is why I'm looking.
It's probably a non-conference, a non-Nebraska team. Or a non-Nebraska opponent team.
Well, while Nick's looking that up, I'll remind you that because we're now in August, school starts this month, and we're teaming up with Salvation Army in their annual 7-can back-to-school backpack program. Those wanting to donate can drop off new school supplies for the kids anytime between now and next week. Actually, this week. It's this week. It wraps up today, so you better get there now.
Yeah.
Go find out more details at 1620thezone.com.
Minnesota,
another opponent.
That is an opponent.
Who do we got?
Mike Grimm, the play-by-play voice.
Oh, man, I was hoping that Philip John would come on.
The Grimm boys.
Wouldn't you like to talk to Philip John?
I love PJ. I'd love to talk to him. PJ is one of my favorite coaches.
Of course he is.
You just said you want to talk to him, and I said he's one of my favorites.
You like all the goobers, don't you?
I like PJ.
Him, Harbaugh.
Yeah.
All the goobers.
I like PJ. He triggers people, man, but I like him. He's a weirdo. But
and you wonder why people don't like you.
I never wonder.
Because you like people that don't like
for the record, I don't wonder why people don't like me. I figured it out.
Good.
It's because they're not as funny as me.
Funny looking.
Hey,
yeah. When we come back,
what's that?
We're going to look back at the defensive breakdown from an outsider. We broke down the folks over Addicted to Quack.
Hell yeah.
It was a really good breakdown. Some interesting thoughts on Nebraska's defense. When we come back right here on 1620 The Zone. Josh, you'll appreciate this.
No, I probably won't.
Jeff Passan, great
man.
baseball reporter and insider, yesterday tweeted out that he rates chicken sandwiches as quarterbacks. He has a ranking where he compares a chicken sandwich to a quarterback.
I'm curious as to what Dak is.
Well, I don't know what he has Dak as, but his Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich is Jaden Daniels. Mahomes is the Chick-fil-A original. Josh Allen is Popeyes, to which I responded to Farron, Josh Allen as Popeyes is appropriate because just as folks have been waiting a long time for Allen to finally get to a Super Bowl, folks wait in line in the drive-thru for Popeyes.
Wow. I didn't realize
Very
that we
nice.
were officially saying Josh Allen is better than Patrick Mahomes, so that is pretty fascinating.
EA Sports seems to think so when we got the ratings yesterday.
I guess that's true, Nick. I guess that's true.
Are there 32 popular enough chicken places to be able to compare every quarterback to that?
All right, let's try to name as many as we can real fast. So you had the 2 Chick-fil-A ones, so you're already at 2.
Right.
You could do Popeyes. You can do McDonald's. Is there a Burger King?
There is a Burger King chicken sandwich.
Burger King. There has to be a KFC.
Yeah,
there
is.
Okay. Culver's.
Yes.
Theirs is pretty good. I like Culver's chicken sandwich.
Well, you got the other chicken places like Church's and Bojangles,
Shake Shack.
All
All right, so we're at 10.
Okay.
So we still need 22 more. It does get tough in terms of national fast food type places.
Well, but I think just about every national fast food place has a chicken sandwich. Like Dairy Queen's got a chicken sandwich.
Wendy's has a chicken sandwich.
Wendy's has a chicken sandwich.
So that's 11 and 12.
I bet we could get there.
All right. Yeah. Wow, you're getting
We might
some
have
real
to-
dreck at
We
some
might
point.
have to extend. Well, you got Cane's.
Yeah, but that's not really a chicken. I don't
Yes, it
consider
is.
it a chicken
That is
sandwich.
a chicken sandwich.
They just put their chicken fingers on bread. That's not a.
But that's a sandwich.
That's not a chicken sandwich.
Yeah,
though.
it
It's
is a
just putting
chicken
chicken
sandwich.
fingers on bread.
I'll be honest.
Okay, well, who
Eileen-
would be the Raisin Cane's chicken sandwich of quarterbacks?
Oh, so a quarterback who's not even really a quarterback.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Nick, perfect. Excellent job.
There you go.
Excellent job.
I hope he remembers he's a quarterback.
Poor guy.
I can make that joke.
Nick, you're allowed to. You're allowed to.
I just want him to be okay.
Well, if that wasn't stupid enough,
Dumb debates on a Friday?
the Slightly Stupid concert's coming up next week at the Astro Amphitheater.
Nice.
And you can find out more details online at 1620thezone.com. It's their Step Into the Sun tour, which would be a stupid thing to do. One thing that is not stupid, even though the website sounds like it might be addicted to stupid, it's addicted to quack. This is an Oregon SB Nation site, but the gentleman behind it really does a
It's an incredible breakdown.
and again,
incredible
the reason we're
breakdown.
bringing this up is it's interesting to get an outsider's perspective on Nebraska football, using analytics, using film review, just seeing how, and whoever is doing this, and again, Josh tried to pronounce the Twitter handle. We don't know the author's name, but
Bob.
But this person obviously does a pretty deep dive on Nebraska and the other teams that they preview.
All the opponents, yeah. It is. I should have just copied all the words and put it in here. This is a multi-thousand word list. And again, there's some stuff in here that I disagree with, but I think the author comes at it with a good analytical and tape mind, and had a chance to talk to throughout it a Husker fan as well, because recorded a podcast with TJ Burkle of the Common Fan Pod. And so he had a lot of input rather from him throughout this piece as well, which was interesting because like we talked about the offense yesterday and some of the things that he said. Ja'Cory Barney was a player that the author seemed kind of confused that we are excited about because his numbers just weren't as maybe eye-popping as we think his talent tends to be. And I think that there was a little bit more give and take in today's story, or not in today's story, but in today's discussion in regards to the defense.
Well, the first thing, these were some of the numbers that were posted. Nebraska's defense the last 2 seasons by quarter. And it's interesting to note.
It's pretty wild, man.
The consistent drop in both rush defense and pass defense in terms of success rate. It starts off in the 60% range, 60% success rate in pass defense, 62% success in first quarter rush success rate. Then it drops into the mid 50s in the second and third quarters. And then in the fourth quarter, 43% rush rate success on defense, 44% pass rate success. I mean, it's basically a 20 percentage point drop from the first quarter to the fourth quarter. In more traditional stats, yards per carry, average 3.7 yards per carry allowed in the first quarter, but by the fourth quarter, it's almost 5. In passing yards per attempt, or pass yards per attempt, set less than 7.2 in the first quarter, but 8 by the fourth quarter.
And the success rate drops, just like the success rate drops with the running game. I mean, and this is the last 2 years, by the way. So this is the whole Tony White era to this point.
Yep.
And now the John Butler era. And it fits. As good as the defense has been, and especially in 2023. I mean, that defense was really good. And I thought the writer had an excellent point talking about, in particular, like the defensive backfield. And it was like, just kind of looked at the room and said, wow, they were able to execute at this high of a level. And they did until the end of the game, you know, and we just talked to Maryland. Think about that game and some of the mistakes that they made late in that one. I mean, really, just think of November in 2024 or 23 rather, or the opener against Minnesota, and how they were throwing a 2-hitter. And then they suddenly gave up a grand slam, you know, and that was the fourth down conversion that Minnesota was able to have, or some of the conversions that other teams were able to have after being unable to do that for, you know, literally first, second, and third quarters.
So on to some of the things that were written, and the Phil Snow factor, because a lot of people have wondered, you know, what's going to exactly be his role. Again, this is from the author, from Addicted to Quack. The other relevant coaching matter is that during the bye week, when Holgorsen was kicking the tires on the team, Rule also brought in his longtime defensive confidant, Phil Snow. Now, Snow is on staff with no on-field remit as to what I suppose is a consigliere position. Snow's statements that the defense is Butler's to run and he'll be hands-off, though in my experience, whenever such pronouncements need to be made, they tend to betray another kind of power structure. So he's skeptical of, you know, this idea that no, I'm just here to help, versus maybe actually having more of a hands-on role with the defense.
Nick, could you give me the Jimmy Allen tinfoil hat for just a moment?
Oh, here you go.
Thank you. Do you think that there's a world where the pool for coordinators was limited because Matt Rule made it known that he was going to have Phil Snow as quite the input man on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, that I can buy that, but also,
and that doesn't have to be bad, by the way.
But also, was there really a search for a defensive coordinator? Maybe the plan was the whole time.
Well, I remember early in the search that I heard that it was going to be Butler, and then it did seem to take this kind of circuitous route where it was like, and then it's Butler, but it took multiple weeks, right?
But how much? Maybe some of that was a smokescreen.
Perhaps.
This may have been the plan all along.
Yeah. Again, I was told early that it was going to be him, so I wasn't surprised that it was in the end, but it did take a little bit longer maybe than I would have expected. It's funny. So I think, and the writer mentions this with last year when they brought in Phil Snow, and I think TJ Burkle told this to him, was that one of the reasons that Tony White ended up deciding to leave, because he was frustrated with some of the power struggle. There were a lot of people that were wondering last year if there were too many cooks on the defensive side of the football. I think this year I am willing to view this as a positive, not so much Butler being the guy,
The positive boys.
but Phil Snow's involvement, because everyone knows that this is the plan. This is not a new plan. This is not a November plan. This is the plan moving forward, and it was in the offseason. So I'm going to view this as a positive, because Phil Snow has been with Matt Rule throughout, you know, so much of his career. Really, the first Nebraska season, is that the one time in his career that he didn't have Phil Snow on his staff? So I'm going to view it as a positive. I understand why some people might view this a little differently, though.
So on to the breakdown of what he sees in the personnel.
Yeah.
On the defensive line, he mentions that because, you know, Huntmaker and Robinson were used so extensively, that he does wonder a little bit about the depth behind it, but does talk about the fact that Elijah Judy's going to take on a bigger role, that Van Poppel has been getting good reviews. Mentions the transfers that are coming in, Jalen George, Gabe Moore, who have some experience. He believes that Moore's dimensions make him a tackle. He says George has a stat line that looks more like a defensive end, and he's listed at 6'2", 260, so I wasn't sure where he fit in. He believes the four that will round out the rotation with George and Judy as starters, Moore and Van Poppel behind them. Again, that's his analysis.
Yeah, and I'll read a couple sentences.
Go ahead.
There's a significant amount of experience being lost here as well, and the downside risk is how raw these guys can be. I saw that in Davis last year, and there's a reason Culinary, as a 5-star, only got his feet wet against a couple outmatched opponents at Mizzou. With a new defensive line coach who comes from the NFL, we'll have to see how it goes in the development of these young guys. And that's ultimately what you're banking on. I know we talked about it a little bit with Jack last hour. We've talked about it with Michael Severe before. I imagine we'll talk about it with Michael Severe again. And that is they are trading some of that old experience, perhaps for a lot more athleticism.
Mm-hmm.
What will ultimately win out? I know that I have been very consistent, in my decade plus time on the air here of saying, I'd rather the freshman come in and make the exact same mistakes that the senior is. The exact same mistakes. I'd rather have it with the freshmen because they're a freshman and that's plenty of time to learn. But there's a difference between making the same mistakes or making worse or more mistakes. That said, this year, it's not like there's a trade to be had. It's not bench the veteran, get the young guys on the field. The veterans are gone. So it's going to be the young guys, and we'll ultimately see what that means.
Talking about defensive ends, certainly mentions Cam Leonard, who has the most experience among the group. He writes, there's been a possibility for improving the unit since Uman Mielian's havoc stats have always been a bit wanting. And then mentions when James Williams came in, he doubled up the production in a single year. Leonard doesn't quite have the length to win with leverage against better O-linemen. And guys like Davis and Culinary look like they have significantly higher physical upside, but there's a significant amount of experience being lost here as well. And the downside risk is how raw these guys can be. He writes about Culinary, and there's a reason Culinary, as a 5-star, only got his feet wet against a couple of outmatched opponents at Mizzou. With a new D-line coach, talking about Terry Braden, who comes from the NFL, we'll have to see how it goes in the development of the young guys. Let's see. Linebackers. Now, of course, with linebackers, we're automatically thinking that Deshaun McCullough and Marquise Watson-Trent are plugged in.
Yep, and they are, I think.
What was interesting was what
he had to say about them.
What he had to write.
In particular about those two guys, right? About the transfers. Because he did seem to be excited about McGahee. He seemed to be excited about Vincent Shavers. But yeah, McCullough and Watson-Trent maybe a little less bullish on those guys.
Let's see. He describes McCullough as a wandering transfer.
Yeah, no lie detected there. Multiple schools so far.
And Watson-Trent as being diminutive. So he wonders aloud whether or not, this is that they're necessarily. I'm going to read here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I got a paragraph on that.
So
he's saying, sorting this out with TJ, and that's again
TJ
Burkle of the Common Fan Pod. I think both transfers have jobs. McCullough on ball and Watson-Trent off ball based on their builds and prior experience. Although for as high as the staff apparently is on them, I have some reservations. The former being McCullough, because he's pretty late into a career as a high 4-star without any serious production. The latter, and again, the latter being Watson-Trent, because he's not very big, and I watched him get plowed under a couple other film projects. And TJ Burkle reminded him, and then reminded me, that he was at the game against Nebraska in Scott Frost's last
Correct, because he
game
was
as
from
head
Georgia
coach.
Southern.
Yeah, so that was interesting because each of those two guys, I think, whether it's some people locally, some people nationally, like I've heard McCullough's name mentioned a ton as someone who people are pretty excited for. And Watson-Trent's a guy that I brought up a lot as well, but as he says, he's seen him get, essentially run over because of his size. But how much of that, and this is now me speaking, how much of that is because of the lack of help maybe that he had around him at Georgia Southern, and he will now be playing with a Power 4 roster and a Power 4 coordinator, et cetera, et cetera.
Now on to the secondary, which coming into the season, we presumed was going to be at least to start the strength of the defense.
You're talking about now, or are you talking about last year, right?
I'm talking about the end of last season.
Yeah.
that this would, because there's so much returning experience back. He had a lot to say about Sierra Wright. And I'll read from his paragraph, again from Addicted to Quack. I thought Wright showed a lot of talent at USC in 22, but he had a significant issue with hip alignment to the sideline that needed correction. And when he got unexpectedly benched for a less talented transfer in 23, it was unresolved what was going to happen with that. When he resurfaced at Nebraska, after I published last year's preview, I noted in an edit to that article I expected to see him play and that I was interested to see if the Trojans' chronic misutilization of defensive backs would be remedied. The grades on my tally sheet for Wright's 2024 performance left a lot to be desired. I don't think there was much progress made, and there was a significant dip in the performance to him versus Tommy Hills.
That was not what I was expecting about Sierra Wright. Because would you say, of any of the players now that we have talked about in the last 2 days going off of this piece, that might be the one with the biggest disconnect between us locally and him? Or maybe Barney, I guess. But I was kind of surprised by that. Because I think you and I are pretty excited about Sierra Wright. You know, I think a lot of people, has he even showed up? I know that we're going to talk about the Husker Extra countdown. Has Sierra Wright showed up yet? There's 4 players left after today.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, he wrote about the pass defense last year. Biggest step back in 2024, giving up 1.8 yards per attempt more to opposing offenses, 3 percentage points more in explosive passing, and significant falls in efficiency in every down and distance situation, including about 8-point negatives in each of the critical first down, second and short, and third and long categories. It was a part of the defense that definitely dropped off compared to what they had been the year before. Now, they did have some injuries, obviously, as we were just talking about with Tommy Hill, new players, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, that's some rough stuff. Almost 2 yards per attempt more is bad. That's real. I mean, think if Dylan Raiola had 2 yards per attempt increase on his stat line this year, that would be tremendous. So to have that on defense, not great.
Here's what he wrote about the transfers. Interesting to see how a pair of FCS transfers play out and the implications for Wright and replacing Gifford. Those transfers are, and he's talking about Andrew Marshall and Jameer Khan. And through happenstance, I've caught some of each of their tape and can confirm both are outside corners in the style of Nebraska's defensive structure with plenty of starting experience. My initial thought was that they were brought in to bench Wright, but TJ had a better idea, build up the outside corner depth so they can rotate through Buford, Charles, Khan, and Marshall and move Wright to nickel so they don't have to worry about his sideline relationship issue, and he can just do what he does best, which is mirror shifty guys out of the slot. So he's talking about, hey, get Khan and Marshall rotated in. That can allow defensive backs to move Wright more to the inside as a nickel. So again, this is an outsider's view, looking at tape, dispassionately, not covering the program, obviously getting a little bit of assistance from TJ, but kind of a fascinating look and just a different perspective on what we might believe here, because we've talked about it before. Sometimes in the media, we kind of, bounce things off of each other and we start to kind of parrot each other. So it's always interesting to get an outsider's perspective who's coming at this with a completely fresh set of eyes.
I'm excited to see where the writer is wrong and where the writer is correct.
Correct.
By the end of the year. By the way, speaking of Nebraska football and outsiders, the Big Ten is doing their camp tour right now. Mitch Sherman's actually on our television chatting it up with Rick Pizzo. Dave Revson just tweeted a few moments ago. He says, Emmett Johnson showed off his skill set today, looks to build on last year's excellent finish. Unclear from watching if there's a clear number 2 at running back, and I'd say the same thing at quarterback. Raiola was outstanding today, on time and on target. Ball rarely hit the ground.
But it still hit the ground.
Wow, Nick, that's what happens sometimes in football. The ball hits the ground occasionally.
You're supposed to be hitting hands.
Well, sometimes it falls, Nick.
Chests.
Well, maybe Dane Key was dropping a few today.
No, it would not be Dane Key dropping a few, John.
So who's your hate laser going to be directed at now that the librarian's gone?
Hate laser is
Hate laser.
awesome.
I like that. That's good.
We could do a segment about that, Nick.
The hate laser.
Who do I hate on the roster? We'll find out.
Oh.
I don't hate anybody.
I think it'd be a fun bit if you just pick somebody before the season even started.
Ugh. I mean, I wasn't on the Quit Knives train with a lot of people, but now he's hurt, so that feels mean. I wasn't on that train though, Nick, because I'm in the Emmett Johnson hive. We need to make a beehive with my face on all the bees, and then Emmett Johnson is in there with honey. Would that be a cool graphic, Nick? Maybe a little weird.
I think you just wrote a fanfic.
Yeah, I don't mean to. I apologize. Lane says Raiola is good throwing against no pressure. Wow. Wow.
Oh, I'm not even that good.
Speaking of hate
he
lasers.
was pretty good at throwing when he didn't have pressure. When he did have pressure, well, he was on the run way too
that's
much.
an angle. The ball still dropped a few times, and there's no pressure either. Either.
Nice, Nick. What's your excuse?
I'm not a 5-star football player.
No, but you were just talking. You're not a 5-star talker.
Wow.
You're not. What grade would Nick have? A high 3-star?
High 3?
Well, have you heard you read sentences that have more than 12 words?
Yeah, but it's
you start
funny
going,
sometimes.
Well, what are we grading him on? What are we grading him as?
Just raw skills. Can he read? 3-star.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go 2-star.
Whoa, Nick, you're basically a walk-on.
Well, I mean, you write the damn script and you still can't read them.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only names that you know now are baseball names and F1 names.
Yeah.
Those are the only names you can read where you're like, who's the new baseball player that got traded to the Mariners?
Eugenio Suarez.
Look at that. But if it was like Bob Jones, you'd be like, ugh.
Okay, I can read Bob Jones.
What else are we rating Nick on?
Attractiveness.
1 star. Walk on. Cut.
1 star.
He had to try out and didn't make the
1
team.
star.
Damn.
Can you do 0
But look
stars,
at my
John?
hair today. I've got the John Bishop hair today.
Yeah, it does looking good.
That looks nothing like my hair.
Nobody has product.
Because it's
in
dark.
It. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
I've never
Thank
had
God. Am I right, Josh?
Thank God.
Yeah, go ahead. Be racist against my people. Next thing you know, you're gonna be starting in a jeans commercial with Sydney
Oh
Sweeney.
no.
All right, coming up, it's time for a Mitch Holthus training camp update.
Football!
The wrap-up of the first week.
Wow.
And today, Trent McDuffie.
Ooh.
So going with another one of the big stars. We'll find out more from Mitch, and we're closing in on a 1 Beer Friday.
Whoa.
Nice.
And we still haven't seen any correspondence from Austin yet, so he hasn't started drinking yet ahead
Austin.
of the what is he going to? The Stones?
Creed.
Stones
With
concert?
arms wide open.
Stones concert.
They're probably still performing, aren't they?
I'm positive they are. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are going to live forever.
They're still alive.
Like Jared Jones.
No, not like Jared Jones.
1620 the zone.
Live from St. Joe, 1620 The Zone presents a Chiefs training camp report brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, here's John and Josh with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holthus.
2 years ago when I said there's just something special with this group of guys coming here, and the communication's been on point, the work ethic's been on point, and I think everybody has bought into this system and ready to roll.
For you, the ability to move back inside some if you have to play the slot or play outside, or the fact that Spags like to shift it around. What about adding more guys that can play so that allows you to be able to move around?
I love it. I mean, when you talk about Spags defense, all you think about is different guys playing in different positions. And the more guys you get that can do more, I think just makes the defense even more unique, because now you got guys that can play corner, nickel, different guys in different positions doing different things. And I feel like we're going to give a lot of quarterbacks a lot of headaches.
That would be Trent McDuffie, and this would be Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs. So, Mitch, Trent McDuffie, one of the best.
Can I thank you guys? Wait a minute. Can I thank you guys?
Yeah.
For getting Rory McIlroy to do the Open.
It was nice of Rory to do that for us.
Yeah, that was awesome. We're close, but I didn't know if he'd do that for me. So,
big Chiefs fan,
Rory McIlroy.
Big Chiefs fan.
He is, actually. The kingdom has grown. We went to London in 2015, and he came down from Ireland, went to the game, bang. He was smitten forever.
And how much of that smittenness was because of Trent McDuffie and his play cornerback? See what I did there?
Nice.
Well, a 9-year-old Trent McDuffie, I think, was probably a big piece of it. McDuffie, it's interesting. I think people consider him top 5, 6 corners in the league, first team All-Pro. They get on him about the lack of interceptions, but I'm kind of going back to yesterday and Chris Jones. This guy, McDuffie, has 113 solo tackles in 3 years as a cornerback. Those are like kind of quasi-linebacker, outside linebacker numbers. His passes defense last year were near the top of the league, and then he's the best slot blitzer in the league. I said, you rush the quarterback like an edge rusher. He goes, I study edge rushers. I study how they go after the quarterback, and not just like this fledgling DB who, wow, I get my shot. The Chiefs don't win Super Bowl 58 if it's not for Trent McDuffie on a corner blitz forcing Brock Purdy into an incompletion. And they had to settle for a field goal, go to overtime. They didn't run out the clock. McDuffie has value way beyond just being an interceptor, so to speak.
Mitch, I'm curious because you've obviously been covering this team for a while, and now you've been covering them in this last decade when they have been winning Super Bowls. How has that changed the tenor of the early part of the camp, given it's one thing for a franchise to say, hey, our goal is to win the Super Bowl, but the Chiefs actually know what it takes to get there. Thus, if that were to happen, that's 6 months from now. So how has that changed July and August practices compared to even a decade ago?
It really hasn't changed it much. Andy Reid is so calculated. It goes all the way back to March is this, and April's this, and May is this. And it's out of the fans' consciousness, not around here, but general NFL fans don't think about it. I think your question is good, but I think part of the answer is the fact that they have taken 2 Super Bowl drubbings, and it hasn't really affected them. Now, nothing against the Rams, but after the Rams, they kind of disappeared for a while. Now they're back. The Chiefs have never disappeared in this era. And I think it's because of the consistency of how they approach the entire calendar year, and especially early in camp, which is the kind of the vibe I try to give you. That even though they run this long race, they're still the same. They're doing the same stuff now as they were 10 years ago.
Any surprise today that Andy Reid pretty much confirmed that Josh Simmons, the first-round draft pick, will start?
No. And, man, it just gets better with him. Tomorrow, since it's Saturday, he goes away on the air in the morning. I'm going to drive people to the Chiefs YouTube channel. We're doing a live stream from camp, and I'll have an exclusive interview with Josh Simmons.
Nice.
And so if people are into it, they can do it. And I'll have him on later in these reports. I was waiting to see how this goes. We got to keep the expectations down some, But guys, he's taken every rep with the first team offensive line that can be possibly taken in this camp. And I don't think even the most optimistic of Chiefs fans thought that would be the case.
I know Mitch when he was first hired, and I think it was around the time we were doing the draft preview, we asked about Terry Braden, who's now Nebraska's new defensive line coach.
Yeah.
And he's got a big task in front of him. I mean, Nebraska's losing out on a couple of great tackles and Hutmaker and Robinson, and they got to replace that. And there's a lot of confidence around this defensive line, even though it may be a little bit unproven. I'm curious how much of that confidence maybe comes from Terry Braden. I've heard people quote, hey, this guy was coaching Chris Jones last year, and now he's coaching me.
No question. And TB, now it's, he's, when you're not the DC, you're the D-line coach, you're dependent upon the scheme. But still, and the other thing, which we kind of hit on yesterday, where TB's got the ability, because he's been around Spags and been around Cullen and been around this team, he doesn't see a guy pigeonholed into as a 1 technique or this guy's a 5 technique. He might see in a guy that most defensive line coaches don't see, because he has been in a system where you look at a guy, how can I maximize that player based on down and distance and based on situation and even based on the personnel that they're playing. So Terry brings, I think, that in to the D-line room as much as anything, where he looks at the world different than some other position coach who's thinking, this is my 3 tech, this is my 5 and 7. Terry's going to figure out a way to use them all in every spot if he can.
Mitch Holthus, first week is in the can. Next week, now we get ready for a preseason game next week.
We do. The Arizona Cardinals loom on the horizon. I filled Mount Rushmore with our first 4.
Yep.
Who will all be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Then I thought, what do we do? Kind of go to the next mountain here. That's why McDuffie's on there. But that's what we're going to do. Who's the breakthrough guys? Who jumps to have a whole different look at them? So that's going to be next week. So stay tuned.
All right. We'll be ready for it. Mitch Holthus, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to go hit a bucket of balls with Rory. We're out at Elkhorn. So you guys want to come out? We'll hit a bucket.
Sure.
Grab some. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
I know he did it live in the studio today, but he goes, hey, man, if you got some time, take a hit a bucket of balls and chop it up. So Rory and I are tight.
I like it.
Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah. Mitch Holthus. The Chiefs. Someone suggested this to me today. We should plan next year, like on a Friday, to take the show down to St. Joe.
That is actually an awesome idea. I've never been to an NFL training camp.
A St. Joe Saint show?
Do the show, do the Grum, and maybe Mitch can get us Patrick Mahomes.
Remember,
he could get us some,
that would be awesome.
Then you could talk to him in your Patrick Mahomes voice.
Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, we could see if he thinks it's a good, what's it called? Not comparison.
Impression.
That's the word. I was looking for it. I found it.
I found it for you.
Need your help.
3 stars.
On finding words.
You're bad at it.
Yeah, that was tough. That was a tough look. I apologize. That'd be awesome. Talking to Mahomes, maybe Travis Kelce.
You couldn't find a word if it was an Easter egg hunt.
Wow, Nick.
We could eat cheeseburgers with Andy Reid.
Ooh.
If Mitch can give us Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, I will laugh at his bad jokes forever. Stibbs will laugh at his bad jokes forever.
No, Stibbs definitely not.
I don't think Stibbs would watch the Patrick Mahomes Andy Reid interviews.
No.
He probably would. He'd probably hate.
All right, put that on the calendar. We need to plan ahead. We need to plan a Friday at Chiefs training camp.
Nick, put it on the calendar.
Let's see what I can do. Okay. We might be able to get access. We're an affiliate.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, actually, it wouldn't be that hard.
No.
Yeah, the only question would be how much does the internet cost for the show and yada, yada, yada. But this would be pretty easy to do.
Well,
yeah.
Logistically, it would be cake.
Yeah.
We don't even have to spend the night. We just go down there and then come back.
It feels extremely obtainable.
Very. Why haven't we thought this before? Honestly?
I don't know. I'm glad someone told me.
Well, they better not trade Patrick Mahomes away. That'd be a bummer.
But what if they traded him
to the Cowboys
for Micah Parsons?
I'd do that trade.
Would you?
Mahomes for Parsons? Yeah.
Yeah, but now Mahomes has to play behind Dallas.
And he'll never win a Super Bowl again.
That's true. He won't have Andy Reid.
You don't know that. He'll have Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, exactly.
Shoddy, as they call him.
You want to see Patrick Mahomes look more like Pat Mahomes, his father playing quarterback?
Rats.
If Tom Brady would have gone to the Cowboys instead of Tampa Bay, do you think they still would have taken them to a Super Bowl?
I mean, that was a talented team. Tom Brady's the GOAT. Tom Brady doesn't get sweaty in playoff games like Dak. So sweaty. Remember that game against the Packers a couple years ago? He was so sweaty. He was nervous.
Yeah.
Tough.
Mahomes
would be
He was
great.
throwing the ball to Josh Alexander more than he was to CeeDee Lamb.
Well, I don't know of if there could ever be a sports move that would happen that would make my wife angrier. She hates Patrick Mahomes. He is her least favorite player in the whole, I think, in sports. And if he went to the Cowboys, she's told me she would root for the Cowboys if they played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Now, do I believe it? I don't know totally. But she hates him, and she hates that team. She would hate him if he was on the Cowboys.
Well, I mean, remember, whoever gets Mahomes is also getting
his brother
and
his wife. Yeah. It's a
Well, they
tire
fit
fire.
right in there, and
They would. Oh, they fit right in.
Smiles
everywhere
and glory holes.
I mean, what?
But yeah, they'd have a great time in Dallas.
Yeah,
they'd have a great time in
Michael Irvin would show them all the good places.
Nice.
All right, we're closing in on One Beer Friday, but coming up,
wow, it's already 4:30.
Coming up, there seems to be a bit of a disconnect. Speaking of yesterday and talking about the addicted to quack, but in Elijah Pritchett.
Yes, there is.
We'll explain when we continue with the Grum on 1620 The Zone. Hey, yo, don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Kinda Like NIL giveaway.
Hell yeah.
You can enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. It's kind of like NIL.
Mm-hmm.
As we get close to football season, there may be other opportunities when you visit 1620thezone.com to win too. So be on the lookout. Have it on your radar. Have it on your radar.
I've been hearing a quick little promo during breaks that says there's something happening Monday.
What's happening Monday?
Some kind of announcement of some sort.
What is it? You know, tell us.
I do. I won't.
Wow. You're
Gotta
also
listen.
1-star at not telling us things, Nick.
It's called a tease, Josh. It's called a tease.
So today in their camp countdown, HuskerExtra.com, Omaha World Herald, posted that Elijah Pritchett, number 5 in their camp countdown. Here was the brief write-up. All reports point to Pritchett catching on and becoming the guy who will start at left tackle. He's a darn good run blocker, or was at Alabama, and will be tasked with protecting quarterback Dylan Raiola's backside. Though, according to some people who might be guests on this show on a regular basis, who may have tweeted out something they shouldn't have, he wasn't among the first team offensive line who came onto the field during the open part of practice earlier this week.
No, he was not. And that was a surprise to people.
It was a surprise to people, but I flashback to yesterday when we talked about the Addicted to Quack write-up.
Nick giggles every time.
We keep going back. We keep going back to it. Just
we're
one more hit, you say?
But here is the write-up that he had on Pritchett. He said he thinks Spindler is the real deal. He's talking about both of the transfers. Spindler is the real deal, while I have significant issues on my tally sheet with Pritchett. My order of preference in terms of tackle would be Gatula, Prohaska, Canuck, Corcoran, and Pritchett last. When TJ told him that Pritchett probably has the right tackle job locked down because he was brought in for that purpose and the competition is only on the left side, he's probably right, even though I think that's a mistake on the staff's part because of the Micah Mazuka precedent. Though by the same history, perhaps they'll make an early change.
Last year, and I attribute this to Brian Christopherson when they added him. So remember, he was a 5-star player going to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
His PFF grade, and this is out of 100, 46.9.
Ouch.
He was a player, I would say, as we kind of now get into maybe some of the disconnect, I think when he first arrived, the initial reaction is, ooh, a former 5-star from Alabama. And then you dive in and you go, ooh, never mind. And then I would say it kind of changed throughout spring ball. Mike Schaefer, who I would say was kind of on my side, not my side, but we were in agreement on off the field, didn't like what he did, getting in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed to be a poor player on the field, and this is just a classic, good player in high school, struggled at the college game. But then all reports were off the field, doing exactly what you want.
Which is good.
And performing well on the field, too, to the point where Schaefer came out of spring ball saying, all right, maybe I was wrong initially. And so that's kind of what made the practice the other day and him not being with the ones a little surprising. If you would have told me that in January, I don't think I would have been surprised. But you told me that after spring and how he performed, I ended up being a little surprised.
I flashback a little bit earlier to when Pritchett announced he was transferring. This was from the Tuscaloosa News, that he had won a competition with Wilkin Formby for the right tackle spot, but struggled particularly in pass protection. He allowed 5 sacks and 21 quarterback hurries in the regular season per Pro Football Focus, with his most dismal performance coming against Tennessee, where he allowed a sack and 6 hurries. They later split reps at right tackle in the final regular season game against Auburn and the bowl game against Michigan. So the knock has been pass protection. And, of course, if he's asked to play left tackle, that is the quarterback's blind side.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting to hear, again, now, admittedly, this was what he was last year. This is what the Addicted to Quack write-up is going off of what they've seen last year. But yet, and I think this is going to be one of the more fascinating watches of the early part of the season. A, is he starting? B, when he does play, what does he look like? Because the notion is, he's coming from Alabama. Instantly, to have Alabama on your resume.
It really does.
It's like a lawyer having Georgetown on their resume. But if you read a little bit further, and the GPA was, he only had a 2.3 GPA.
Yeah.
In this case, it's the Pro Football Focus numbers.
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
We sometimes get a little blinded by where they came from or if they had a certain number of stars. But maybe he is living up to it. Maybe he has changed his act here in Nebraska, gotten better off the field, performing better in practice.
I mean, you could certainly say, and this is, I always forget. So these are the top 50 football players you need to know. So I view that as most important, kind of. That's a different way for the World Herald, in my opinion, to say most important.
Sure.
I think that that's fair to have him at number 5, even if he is a player that to this point in his career hasn't really performed that way because of the position that he plays and the importance of that position and the importance of him on the offensive line. I read the quote earlier, and, we got a little response, and I can get to that here too. So Rocco Spindler, first of all, he taught John and Jack Mitchell about the Joe Moore Award, which was fun. But he says, this room can be the best O-line in the country. I believe we can win the Joe Moore Award, and I believe we will. And there was a response from emailer John, who wrote, good effing Lord. Another player running his mouth just like his head coach. Every single one of them needs to shut their mouth until they accomplish something on the field, including rule. Speaking of players, John, saying things, I saw another quote from yesterday. This was Ja'Cory Barney, and this quote was relayed by Sam McEwen. I'm going to lead the nation in punt returns. I viewed that, by the way, as in terms of like efficiency or yards, not just like I guess he could lead the country in number of punt returns. The defense is getting a lot of stops. But man, I read those two quotes this morning, and I came away thinking, wow, it's a confident bunch. Very confident bunch in the ability. But going back to Pritchett for a moment, I mean, if Spindler's going to be right, then Pritchett's going to play a big part in that.
I'm not gonna get down too hard on people making statements like this. Everybody makes statements like this time of year.
Mm-hmm. I will say,
and by the way, Spindler's not saying we are going to be the best offensive line.
This can
He's
be.
saying if we play up to our potential, we can be the best offensive line. There's a difference there. So yes, it's more a decree of, hey, there's the raw material here that this will work. There's the raw material here that we can be really good, but now it's up to us to take that raw material and actually make something out of it. So yeah. I don't think that's an out of bounds comment. Also, I believe that this offensive line can be good. I'm not thinking they're going to be
best in the country.
Roger Moore line of the year good. But remember, Spindler also said before camp that he thought there was more talent in the locker room than they had last year at Notre Dame. He said that too.
Mm-hmm. That was the team that went to the Natty.
I would probably have more of a problem with that than I would this most recent comment, and I don't really have a problem with the first one. Again, these are his new teammates. Of course, he's going to talk up his new teammates. But at the end of the day, if they don't perform up to standard, then people will throw that stuff back in their face.
I think people around here, and this isn't a surprise, they're just tired, right? They're tired of hearing these types of things. They're tired of being told that this is going to be the year. And so I understand the just kind of show up mentality from it.
So why again do we have so much positivity?
I know, isn't it fun? Well, I mean, it's just one guy, but you're right. People just want to see it. They just don't want to be told about it, but they also believe they can do it. It is quite strange. And we're getting close to the end. You can vote through Sunday.
You can vote through Sunday. Right now, we're sitting at 64%, believe it, 8-4 or better is going to be the mark.
I imagine for Husker fans right now, it feels like they're in a pickle, like baseball, like you're going and then you're like, oh, do I go here? No, I got to go back. No, I got to go here. No, I got to go back. What do I do?
You don't have to bring up baseball.
You're in a pickle.
It's okay. You could have compared it to football.
I could have, but I didn't.
Charles says, I like it when an O-line is confident.
Well, I prefer it when anybody is confident.
Sure.
I don't know many people who aren't confident who succeed.
Yeah.
If deep down
that does-
inside, someone is not confident, they are not going to succeed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or at least not for very long.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no problem with the confidence. And I'm sure those of you who do have a problem with it are keeping the receipts, and that's great.
You know what I'm confident in, John?
That you can vote in our Twitter poll and do so through Sunday?
I already did. I was going to say I'm confident that I can open up a beer and take a swig with my friends, John and Nick, and our listeners, as another Friday, the 1st of August is here.
I like that look you made when you said August.
August. What a month. August, underrated month.
Put it back, Josh.
Put what back, Nick? August? I can't. It's
August is an underrated month. You got a lot of great stuff going on. I mean,
days are getting shorter. That's a bummer.
Baseball's heating up.
August kind of sucks.
Why?
Because there's no Formula One races. Like they're gonna race this week, weekend, and then they're on break.
God, no wonder I love this month so much.
Like, what am I supposed to do on the weekends?
Read? Have you thought about reading a book? I started a book yesterday.
You gonna get it done before football starts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll open in a couple weeks.
Oh, so you admit that it's not football season yet because you only read when it's not.
No, the goal is to read every day this year, Nick, and I've kept my streak going. I'll find some time during football season. I can do it. I believe in myself like the offensive line believes in their selves.
Well, coming up, we'll find out if Josh can back up his confidence that he can open up a beer.
I can.
And you can express confidence in tweeting at us what beer you're drinking this weekend or whatever it is you're drinking, and use the hashtag OneBeerFriday and send it to us in the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page.
Please do. Also on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page, Joel says, my birthday is this month. August rules and Nick sucks. Sam writes, we don't have to bring up baseball today. It's evil. Sam is a Twins fan, and you want to bring up baseball on a day like this for Twins fans? That'd be like you telling me, Josh, I love rush ends. I don't want to hear about rush ends on a day like today.
I'm a Rockies fan. Every day for me is like being a Twins fan yesterday.
Yeah.
Again, don't hate the game, hate the player.
I guess you want to hate the front office.
Being the Minnesota Twins. If you're that angry at the Twins.
Nice.
Because they did sell off a lot.
They did.
One Beer Friday. It's the happy hour next on 1620 The Zone.
Throw. 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 I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer. Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer. Friday!
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor. Yeah, for that.
I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace. Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Boys, lift him up and let us toast something that we've been waiting a long time to say.
Football is back.
To Jara.
No.
I hope you live forever, Jara.
No.
Live forever, Jara.
No, it's not the Big Ten song about living forever in the ocean by the sea.
Jara to live forever.
No, you're not allowed to sing that song.
Dallas the Big D.
No.
I want to live forever.
How do you know Jared didn't write that song, Josh?
Because he doesn't know how to write songs, Nick. He just knows how to break hearts in America. He's broken my heart.
And hang out at protests in the 60s.
And hang out at protests. This is in the 50s.
50s.
Yeah, that was a
my bad.
Long time ago. Long time. Happy One Beer Friday.
Happy One Beer Friday, everyone.
Woo! Wow.
And for those of you who were excited about last night and seeing a real football game, was Chris Collinsworth on one last night? I was reading something that he was like telling a story and it got real weird.
So I must have missed that part because I just saw.
Oh, so you weren't watching last night.
I was reading during some of it, but I did. I did have it on. I missed it because Nick sent me a funny DM that made reference to it, where Chris Collinsworth said, "I hit a guy with my car, 1986, just outside of Tacoma, Washington. It was pouring rain. I never saw him. Still don't know if he lived. Tarico, the extra point from Dicker is good." So I'm like, oh man, what did I miss? So yeah, I missed whatever it was that he did. Do you have a story about it?
Well,
see, I didn't know it was directly referencing last night. I thought it was just.
Yeah, I'm assuming it referenced last night. What do you got, John?
I'm just looking. Apparently, a lot of people were very. First of all, if we're nitpicking the announcers in a damn preseason game, please.
Well, I will say this. At one point towards the end of the game, because I had it on in the late fourth quarter, he was like, "Now look, I know that some of the Lions people are going to want to write about this and say," and he was like, "This is their second straight loss." I was like, Jiminy Christmas, bro. It is the Hall of Fame game. Who cares?
Dumb debate. Is the Hall of Fame game a preseason game or like a pre-preseason game? Can we
it is
consider
technically the very
game?
first one, and it comes generally a week before all of the other preseason games.
You don't want to
actually
be a
start.
player who plays a lot in this game.
It's in July,
it
though.
means you are. It normally is in August. This was a rarity. By the way, here's another one of those jokes. Man, that hurt my voice. I'm not going to do it again. I was just cleaning my gun and it went off. Went through my neighbor's window and clipped their dog. He's all right, but they still press charges. Court date is next week. Can you believe that? Mike Tirico, second down. Man, I want to see what in the world happened. What did he say?
Wow, was he just a little loopy last night?
Yeah, here's another one. It's that time of year again to say the bleep is Chris Collinsworth talking about.
See, and like, I'm surprised that there's no videos about this on Twitter because there should be.
Yeah.
This type of thing would end up on Twitter immediately.
Here's one. Hearing Chris Collinsworth's voice after 6 months is a warm hug.
Oh,
that's nice. That's really nice.
Regardless of what he's saying, apparently.
Musburger showed up. That was fun.
Yeah, I know. And then they hauled him off in handcuffs because he was drinking with an open container.
I want to watch a Gus Johnson Musburger game. I think it would be really funny.
You almost spit your beer everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Why?
That's 2 play-by-play guys, Nick. You can't do that.
I know, but I still want it to happen.
Why?
Somehow.
No.
Because I think it would be, personally for me, I would love it. I think it would be
why?
hilarious. Because I think it'd be hilarious.
Well, first of all, you got 2 play-by-play guys in there, so I don't know who's going to do the analysis, who's going to do the
They
calling
can
of the
switch on
plays.
and off, John. It's like a baseball game. You can do both.
It's like a baseball game.
I don't think we need to be exposed to anything like that.
I think
no.
it would be great.
Just got a text from our friend Denny, who previously let us know he was born in 1945.
Thank you,
Grandpa?
Denny.
Oh, no, my grandpa was 41.
This is 80-year-old Denny having a mango wheat beer from Golden Brewery, L.A., California.
Wow, good for you.
Shout out to
That
you,
sounds
Denny.
good.
That does sound good.
That sounds good.
On a lovely 1 beer Friday. We're rocking for the 2nd straight week with the Summer Shandy from Line and Kugels via our good friend Nick Grimm. Thank you, Nick.
That sounds really good.
It's Stibbs' turn next week is what the word on the street is. So that's nice that Stibbs will provide us with some beer. Thank you, Stibbs.
That's good.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Very kind of you.
By the way, while we're drinking 1 beer Friday and toasting people, happy birthday, Kirk Ferentz.
Happy birthday, Kirk.
He
Ferentz.
turns 70 today.
Go Hawks.
You don't have to say it.
Go
That
Hawks.
means he was born in 1955, Nick.
It does.
Do you want to hear something that is probably not surprising, but still eye-opening about Kirk Ferentz turning 70?
Is it that he's the... Oh, no. I was going to say, is it that he's the longest tenure coach in college football?
Mike Halas, who
Covers the Hawks, yeah.
covers the Hawkeyes, longtime sports writer. He is the 2nd oldest FBS coach. Were he a U.S. senator, he would be the 36th oldest.
Awesome.
Incredible.
Think about that. He turned 70.
Yep.
He would be the 36th oldest U.S. senator.
he's the-
For those of you not familiar with your Constitution,
There are 100 of them.
there's 100 of them.
So here's the thing, John. I think about this constantly. How the people running this country are old.
People running everything are old.
Hmm.
Don't they want to retire?
Including Iowa football, Nick.
Tell him to retire, Nick. Hand it off to his son. He'd do a great job.
Maybe not his son.
Jordan says 70. He looks like he's 80.
I don't think Kirk Ferentz.
I don't think he looks that old.
No.
Looks pretty good.
I don't think he looks like he's 70.
No.
Well, the Andy says Kirk Ferentz has looked like he's in his 70s for at least the last decade. That's wild. I think Kirk Ferentz looks like he is in his early 60s. I think he looks in his 60s.
Yeah.
I don't think he looks 70 though.
No, I think
He's a spry boy.
yeah.
He runs better than Harbaugh does. That's because
Harbaugh's had some health issues though.
he's had a lot of surgeries.
He played football a lot longer than Kirk did.
Yeah, he did, and he's a great person. He's won a national championship. Kirk ain't won
Well-
squat.
Winning a national championship make you a great person?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. I can't think of a bad person at all.
Did OJ ever win a natty?
No.
Oh.
No, he won a Heisman.
Did win a Heisman though, but
Oh.
I didn't say that. I said
Interesting.
natties. Yep. He didn't have to give it back though, but Reggie Bush did because somebody bought him a house. God, it was a weird time in college football.
Sure
Nick.
was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you think about it, it wasn't that. I mean, buying a kid a house.
Now, I mean, that's child's play, John.
I know.
You better buy me a house.
I'd
Oh,
love
are
for
you
somebody to
upset
buy me
again
a
about
house.
this? Are you
No,
upset
I'm not
about players
upset.
getting houses
No,
bought for them?
No.
But-
I do understand. I do understand a little bit of it.
Understand a little bit of what?
Well, it was against the rules, and they broke the rules.
Yeah.
So
But we thought the rules were dumb.
No, they got caught breaking.
John used to think those rules were dumb, and now he's like,
no, but I mean,
used to think that stuff was stupid.
what, buying a
No,
player
the
a house?
rules. You thought those rules sucked.
Well, the rules did suck.
But you seem like you got a little, it seems like you have a little buyer's remorse for players making money.
No, I don't have buyer's remorse on players making money.
Okay.
I have buyer's remorse on the fact that they didn't plan it out very well.
They definitely did not plan it out very
and
well.
now and now in some weird, strange way, we have all of these things. Well, third party NIL, you can only do this, you can't do that. Oh no, now you can do all this. They can't make up their mind on what's legal and what's not. There's still stuff going on under the table. You know there is.
And there always will be.
And there always will be. And the notion that, oh, no, we've got it all buttoned down now. No, you don't. You really don't.
Well, that's why it's good that the games are almost back, because then we forget about all these issues for at least a few months.
Going back to the Natty thing, Jordan.
Oh, no.
Josh, Joe Paterno, great guy.
No. Definitely not. Or Sandusky.
His defensive coordinator was national champion.
Text from the
Couple of
402
times.
asks, didn't Aaron Hernandez win the national championship?
He sure did.
Who's the worst person to win I mean, Sandusky's probably the worst.
Yeah,
He's gotta be number
Sandusky is.
It's hard to find a worse one than Sandusky.
It is, yeah.
pretty bad.
I thought this could be a fun topic for a second, but it's a pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
Jerry Sandusky.
Yeah, and Aaron Hernandez also bad, really bad person.
Now we could do a top three worst people to win a Natty.
I mean, those two might take the cake. There's probably some other murderers in there. I would say Bo Schembechler, but he never won one, so
That's right.
Don't have to worry about him.
Nope, you'll never have to worry about Bo Schembechler having won a national championship.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Happy One Beer Friday, guys.
Happy One Beer Friday. Wow, this has gotten off to kind of a sad start.
Yeah, we need to spice things up a little bit.
Give me something spicy.
Buffalo wings.
I do like buffalo wings.
I do too.
I do like buffalo
Yeah,
wings.
they're pretty good.
KD, Lawrence Phillips for sure. I was wondering at what point and which Husker was going to be referenced. I had a different Husker in mind, a different former Skur.
Listen, Lawrence had his issues, but he was more of a tragic figure than he was a bad person.
Than a bad guy. Yeah.
No
wow, this
question
has
about
really
it.
gotten sad.
I know. Thanks a
Wow.
lot. Thanks a lot for bringing it up.
Was it my fault? Did I do this?
It might have been a combo of both of us.
Yeah, I think it was.
John, pull us out of this tailspin.
I really can't.
You don't have a topic prepared? You don't have something jovial?
Not really. It's been the first week of fall camp.
Training camp.
Sadly got the news about Mac Markway.
Good job.
He's still alive. He's just injured.
Yeah, he just doesn't have a knee anymore.
I'll be curious to hear what the correspondence are tomorrow night from the open practice.
You're going to have some yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, you're going.
I don't have a pass.
John, just show your face. That's your pass.
That's not my pass.
Everybody knows you.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Everybody loves you.
No, they don't.
Oh, John Bishop, I love you.
In all seriousness, I think we can get out of this tailspin. I agree with you on tomorrow and what are the things that people are looking for. I heard Sam McEwen earlier this week say something about tomorrow night that I thought was kind of apt. And that was he is looking for Dylan Raiola to have and now it's kind of my words, I think, an aura about him. He is looking for him to walk in and say, this is my football team, and to act like it and to make strong throws. I made reference a little bit earlier to some stuff that Dave Revson said at practice day because the Big Ten Network was in town. I imagine that show is probably going to be sometime tonight. Yep, at 7:00 if you want to watch it on BTN. And he said that Dylan Raiola looked really good. And he is a player, as we have now spent a little bit of time in the last couple of weeks talking about, of course, super hype coming in, nice start, really bad October, so-and-so finish. We looked at the Addicted to Quack numbers yesterday. Come on, Nick.
It's a really funny name.
They looked better in November. Like they passed the eye test in terms of being a better offense in November. And yet the offense scored. Seriously, you can look at this. First 9 games of the year, they scored the exact same points per game as they did the last 4 games of the year. So nothing changed, and yet it did seem to look better. And so, long-winded way of saying, how does he look? Because we can talk all we want about Phil Snow's impact as, consigliere for the defensive side of the ball and the wide receiver room and certainly the improved offensive line. And I don't want to mitigate any of those positions. Can they get a pass rush? Can they get more takeaways? I don't want to mitigate any of those because they're all going to be important. But, if the season is going to go in a way that the 8-4 or better crowd is voting, certainly some of the can they be a dark horse 10-2 team, how they're talking, it's going to come down to him, And so can we learn tomorrow if Nebraska is going to be a 10-2 team? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to learn that tomorrow. But if people leave a little impressed by him and maybe he made some really good throws, it's not a bad thing. I don't think it's going to mean
No,
anything.
it's not a bad thing, but I mean, he was getting a lot of that same stuff in last year's camp.
Sure.
Granted, they didn't have an open practice like this one, but what we saw with Dylan, to me, it's not even going to be. I expect Dylan to have a good start to the season, but let's see what happens when he takes on Michigan.
Definitely.
And I don't mean to make it sound like we can just, fast forward through Cincinnati. I'm not saying that. But when you look at how Dylan's season went last year, it was that first real test in the Big Ten that started to show the cracks. And it wasn't even so much all Dylan's fault. Certainly, he didn't have a lot of protection up front, but there were some mistakes made. He missed that open throw. He missed that touchdown throw that could have iced the game, could have won the game. And so to me, I'm expecting Dylan to be just fine, to look just fine. But talk to me after Michigan, and let's see how it is. Because to me, that's going to be the first real elite level or potentially elite level defense he's going to play.
So basically what you're saying, and I don't think I disagree with you here, there's nothing that he or the offense can do in the first 3 games that is going to confirm any of the ultra positivity that we have.
Sure.
But they could definitely lose your trust in the first 3 games.
They certainly can.
But it's game 4 where you're going to say, now I would feel comfortable. And look, it's a long season, though there are only 12 data points, sadly. So you don't want to overreact. The good thing about the opener is that it is against a team with a pulse. I know they went 5-7 last year, but it's a team with a pulse, so that's nice. Then it's 2 teams that you should beat.
It's 2 teams they should steamroll.
Yeah, it's 2 tomato cans. And so by that point in time, you're learning some stuff. But I mean, it really, John, you can break it up like a semester, right? You come into class and you hope you get off to a good start, and then you kind of get into the rhythms, and the rhythms could be games 2 and 3. And then you have a quiz, or you have the midterms. And I guess that's not a midterm, but it's getting closer to it.
Right.
That's a test. It's a first test is the Michigan game. And you're right. If all things go well in games 1 through 3, that is the final marker to kind of confirm it. Just like, in a way, Illinois was last year, because that was also game 4.
Yes.
And that was also a chance to confirm, because I remember going into that game thinking they are improved. They are better. Let's see it against this Illinois team, because they also came in with a number next to their name. And we know how Nebraska's done against teams with numbers next to their name.
That's right.
And for a while I thought, wow, they are passing the test. They got the questions. They're doing good. And then, they had the writer's prompt at the end of it, and they were like, you have to give me 500 words. And they absolutely bombed it.
Yeah.
And then that was kind of what they were the rest of the year. All right, let's see what happens against Michigan. So yeah, you're right. So that's one thing I'm looking for. I don't really know how much I'm going to pay attention to just the raw. This guy's the 1, this guy's the 2, yada, yada, yada. But
because a lot of that can change.
It can. It absolutely can.
And probably will.
Yeah, but how do the receivers look? Who are the guys that are getting targeted? What does the rotation look in general at tight end? This is tough in terms of we can't learn how good they're going to tackle. We can't learn those types of things. A lot of the stuff that I want to know, we're not going to know until they actually play football. But you can get a couple of clues at the very least. But yeah, Dylan, he's the story. I think he's the story yet again for the second straight offseason. He's the story. And what he looks like, because as the quarterback goes, the team goes. And this is a really big opportunity for him in this offense, especially with a much better play caller and a much more experienced play caller.
Well, yeah, the gloves are off now.
Yeah.
The gloves have been off, but they're definitely off, because now there's no excuses. You brought in what many people believe to be one of the best play callers in college football. And you've now been through the battles. You played 13 games. It's time to start living up to the 5. And I'm not saying Dylan has to go out and be one of the best quarterbacks in the country, but we need to start seeing strides towards that. Because when you're the number 1 ranked player in the country, when you're a 5-star and you've got all this hype behind you, at some point you got to start backing it up. Last year is not terribly surprising how it played out. Because making the transition, no matter how good you are, especially at that position, and especially against some of the teams that they played last year, that's hard. But now you've had a chance to adjust. And we've seen all the right things. He's been a great person in the community. he's more of a mascot than Herbie is in terms of spreading the goodwill and all that. But the difference between he and the mascot is now he has to go out and perform.
Yeah, for sure.
And we need to start seeing some more of those types of returns. And like I said, talk to me after Michigan, because to me, that's going to be the first big test.
I liked what you said about him there. He is the mascot. And you know how often we'll talk about Matt Rule and we'll say he's done everything right. Now all he's got to do is win. I know that some of the stuff with Dylan can kind of get on people's nerves. You know, the Mahomes cosplay, his celebration after, you know, the bowl win. I understand that. But I would say generally, and for the record, that stuff doesn't bother me. Generally, I think he's done a really good job of what you want from a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
The worst thing about him in terms of off the field is you wish he would have committed earlier so he could have recruited. He could have done more peer recruiting, right? Otherwise, I think he's done what you want from a quarterback. There's now one thing left to do. It's perform better and win, you know? And so, like, that's the cool part about this season is and I know you'll agree with this, there are no excuses anymore. It's not year one. And the even some of the early season year two stuff, like, it's all gone. You win off of you. You lose because of yourself. And that's good.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I like when you reach year 3 and you can throw all that. They inherited this. No, this is Rule's team. And I really like that because now we get to judge him off of him. And, you know, it's no secret. Have you heard, John, that in year 3 at Baylor and Temple, he was really good? But I don't think that beyond the college football has changed stuff. I don't think that should be a surprise that a guy who is good was able to win in year 3, because that is when the fruits of your labor should start showing itself the most.
Sure. For guys like a Bob Stoops, you know, they were able to, you know, blow it up in year 2, and there have been other, you know, but for the most part, you should be able to, after the 3rd year of a coach, you kind of have you should have a really good idea of what you have.
100%.
You should have a really good idea.
I've been saying it for months that this is the season that is going to decide Matt Rule's future, because you've seen it with every coach since Solich, that year 3, there were like the things that would ultimately doom them showed up in year 3. Even that team that went 10-2, you know, the Bo Pelini year 3 was the 2010 season that started off great and just came to a crashing halt. Like, that season taught us a lesson, just like year 3 for Solich, or year 3 for Callahan, year 3 for Bo, year 3 for, well, he got fired, year 3 for Frost, you know, like those year 3s taught us a ton. What will this year teach us? I can't wait to find out.
Bad Takes Doug sent us an email.
He also called us, didn't he, about this?
He said,
he did.
He says that the yellow and black, the striped overalls.
Yeah.
The striped overalls are a thing that's an Iowa thing and should stay in Iowa. My father had the red and white striped overalls in like 1979.
Because he got them from Iowa.
No.
And he painted them red and white.
No.
Go Hawks!
No, they were here.
He got them from Kirk Ferentz.
I would bet that there were red and white striped overalls before there were black and yellow striped overalls. In terms of ones that
Mike
were
Babcock on this.
Ones that were designed to be worn as fans.
Well, it's probably easier to get red dye on something white than it is to get black and yellow dye, you know?
Probably, Nick.
That's not the
Back in
reason
the
why.
day.
The reason why is you had a lot of fanatic people who wanted to wear those things.
So are you in agreement with Doug that Nebraska needs to get rid of these?
No, I'm saying they had them before Iowa did.
Bad Takes Doug is often Strange Takes Doug. Why was he thinking about this on Friday, August 1st?
That's fair.
Why wasn't he thinking about the preseason?
Of all the weird things that fans wear, the striped overalls are now almost normal.
It's like he's had an entire offseason to just marinate and stew in this. Maybe it was just too much for him to bear.
Wow. He got to August and he said, I need to email Josh and John. Yikes. And talk your ear off the air. With a loud phone, by the way.
Very loud.
I could hear from over here.
Yeah.
My ears.
My ears, these hurt.
Those of you who may have the striped overalls and wear the striped overalls,
tweet us.
No matter what team you root for, wear them with pride.
By the way, Austin has reached out to us. Happy One Beer Friday for those who choose to celebrate. Pre-gaming the Creed concert responsibly, starting in the hotel room. Let's have a night. And he's watching a classic, Ocean's 11.
Is that 11 or is that 13?
That's 11.
Is it?
Well, it looks like
because the
11
French
to me.
guy. I thought the French guy was in 12 and 13.
Isn't that Brad Pitt and George Clooney?
Is that George Clooney? It looked like the French dude.
Yeah, I think that's George Clooney. I remember that scene.
My question is this: is it unusual to go to a concert in another town and start the party in the hotel room?
No.
Don't you normally just check in and then immediately go out? Because, you know,
Not if you're pre-gaming, if the beer's cheaper in the hotel room.
The shows.
I mean, I don't argue with the whole cheaper beer thing, but that seems to be a non-traditional way to do it. Normally, with all the bars there, you'd be out like at one of the bars.
Gen Z doesn't like going outside.
Yeah, we can't afford to.
You don't like going.
Bars are
you can
expensive.
afford to go to concerts, but you can't afford to drink.
Why do you think we can't afford to drink? It's because of the concerts.
Well, maybe you shouldn't go to the concerts then.
But John,
it's cheaper to drink than to go to a concert.
But then they couldn't go with arms wide open.
Yeah, you could. You just play it on your iPhone.
But John, then they wouldn't have the memory of the concert.
and then I'd have to get an iPhone. What's wrong with you?
Well,
Nice.
or whatever.
Good call, John.
whatever
iPhone
phone
boy.
you have.
iPhone boy. Proud of you, John.
No, I do not have an iPhone
Bummer.
because I'm not stupid.
Mm.
Well, coming up next, we have content.
Content.
Coming up in content, spied with my little eye. New Nebraska alternate uniform.
Oh!
And we did get a peek into the future last night in the NFL preseason game. That, predictions, and more of the happy hour on this One Beer Friday. Send us your picks. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday, and we'll be back on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Nick, my best friend bought Inside on vinyl, but it also comes with like the other stuff. It's like a 4 LP record.
That's incredible.
What did you buy?
The song that we used to open this, it's from a
Bo
movie called Inside,
Special.
but it was released on vinyl. And so we bought it.
I need to find that. I didn't know that was on vinyl.
I'll send it to you. It's pretty sweet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's very cool, John.
I'm sure it's great.
Not as cool as this, though, probably, for you guys.
What? What happened?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
ESPN put together a list of 32 teams that can make the CFP, and Nebraska was on it.
Oh, I thought you were going to make fun of Nebraska here, Nick.
Not this time. I promise I'm not trolling. This time.
Wow, interesting.
This one time.
Interesting.
According to ESPN Analytics, the Cornhuskers have a 10.3% chance to make it. Are you buying this?
By the way, Iowa, Nick, not on the list. Iowa State is though.
Go Clones.
What do you think, John? 10%. 10%.
No. Come on.
So wait, you're going to pick them to go 9-3, but you won't.
I didn't say I was going to pick them to go 9-3, and even if I do, that still doesn't mean they're going to make the playoff. And how can Iowa not be on this list, but Nebraska is?
Because Iowa sucks.
That's a great question.
What do you
John.
mean?
Oh, I just told you the answer. I don't know what you mean. Their schedule's tougher. You real quick, in all seriousness. So you think they can go 9-3? You don't think that they have a 10% chance to go in 10-2?
No.
Really? I said they cautiously subscribing to 10-2.
Go 9-3.
But you're going to pick it. We all know.
I don't know that yet.
Everybody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Now John won't pick it just to spite
John,
us.
if you're going to pick them to beat Michigan by 2 scores, they're going to go 9-3.
Thank you, Nick. Great take.
That's not necessarily true because some of us think that Michigan's going to be on the downside.
So, John, you're saying that they'll start 4-0 and then go 4-4.
Unless he's saying they're going to lose to Houston Christian.
John could be saying that. I don't hate this. 10%? Sure. They can go 10-2, 10% of the time. It sounds normal to me. The schedule's manageable. You know, honestly, the thing that could work against them is that there's a world where they go 10-2 and they have no good wins.
And that's another problem because there's not going to be a whole lot of good wins out there. Let's pretend, just for argument's sake, that Michigan's not very good. Let's pretend, for argument's sake, that, and it's maybe not as big of a pretend, that USC is not very good.
Yeah, then Penn State's the only good team on the schedule.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
So that's another area where there might be a knock against Nebraska. Now, could there be some teams that are better than expected, like Indiana last year? Of course there can. But that's the other problem facing Nebraska is the schedule at the moment does not look very impressive from a resume standpoint.
I mean, I already kind of gave my answer.
Yeah.
I guess I'll give you a little bit more, though, Nick, because you're looking at me. I was a little surprised that Texas Tech was 32nd on the list and had the same make the playoff number as Nebraska, given that they are much more of a favorite to win their conference than Nebraska is to win theirs, though Texas Tech most likely has to win the league to get in. If you are wondering who the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 teams are, I mean, it's the obvious ones. Texas number 1, Georgia 2, Ohio State 3, Bama 4, Penn State 5. I will say this. Get ready. I think I'm going to pick Georgia to miss the playoff at the end of the month. Yeah.
Wow.
I think
You're
I'm
going to pick Georgia to miss, but yet you think Nebraska's getting in.
I think they could get in. I think they could get in.
Wild.
Could get in.
According to the Shields website, you know Shields.
What?
An all-black Nebraska football jersey is coming soon.
Oh!
Is this going to be the Huskers' alternate jersey? John?
No, it's my turn to go first,
That's
Nick.
your turn, but
Fine,
ready
John.
for John.
No, go ahead.
I hope so. The one thing that's a bummer about this is it doesn't have the cool black shirts logo on it like when Nebraska wore them and then lost to Indiana in 2019. I love this. Black. What if they wore black against Michigan, John? Classic old school teams, blue bloods, and Nebraska's not wearing their normal uniforms. How upsetting would that be?
It'd be stupid.
Maybe
just
they
like
go wear
this
them against-
uniform would be stupid
There it
because, in the words of Bo Pelini,
Wrong.
black is not one of Nebraska's colors. It's the scarlet and cream.
In the words
And black.
of me, it's in the PDF.
It is in the PDF.
yes,
Thank you, Nick.
as an ink color for the PDF.
Wrong. It's a color. It's an alternate color.
It is not a school color.
What's funny is the second I saw this.
Why does
leak,
everyone want to look like the damn Raiders?
I'm like, John is gonna hate the hell out
Oh,
of this.
that's
why does everyone want to look like the Raiders?
It's fun.
I think they look really good.
Thank you, Nick.
Not as good as Iowa
Why don't they
State's
wear
All
green?
Blacks, though.
They should wear green.
Because they don't do green outs.
Why not?
I don't know. Because black's a cooler color than green.
Is it?
Yes.
I mean, the Raiders haven't been good for 30 years.
What does that have to do with anything?
This is just Nebraska trying to manifest being more like Iowa, is what it really is.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Ooh, there you go.
That's triggering.
Trying to be more like
Hate
Iowa.
it now. Never mind.
I don't know if this is actually an alternate or not, or if this is just they're doing
it's interesting.
something that the fans can wear. I don't know. I'll be curious to see.
I don't know.
Nice. Different segment every Tuesday.
Yes.
Grigori says, I hope they wear them just so John gets so mad.
Me too.
Great.
It is fun when you get triggered about this. So, yeah, do it.
Well, it's not one of their colors. It's stupid.
Chant it with the PDF. If they wear that, I will offer a sign to a young college kid that will hold up, say PDF. It's in the PDF.
Nice.
With a zone logo on it and your face.
Here, kid, have a sign.
Maybe I won't give it to a kid.
Well, Josh.
Nick.
Football returned last night, and given how much you talked about it, you probably watched every single snap. Well, clear out for you to give a full breakdown since you definitely watched
tell
the whole
us
thing.
everything about it. What happened in the first quarter?
The Chargers scored like 2 really quick touchdowns because they got a takeaway in there as well.
What happened in the second quarter?
That's the quarter that I missed a lot of.
I thought you liked football.
I missed a lot of the second and the third quarter. I was
Wow, this
outside.
is
It was so
embarrassing.
nice outside. I was reading.
Oh, so nice outside.
Started a new book.
Kind of like some of us when it's so nice outside, we go outside to wash our car, but yet some of us get criticized for
Yeah,
that.
because you're doing that during real football, not pretend.
Whoa,
preseason
did you
football.
just say it was pretend football?
Yeah, but it's still great to have on. I did have it on at the very end of the game, though. I watched the end of the football game. I saw Brent.
That is strange.
He is
I can't believe it.
He's getting up there.
Yeah.
But it was good to hear his voice. It was really good to hear his voice. I miss Brent. I miss him. He was a great announcer.
Yeah.
It wasn't a solid game. The Chargers whooped that ass.
They did.
You were critical of me for picking them to cover yesterday, and yet they did. Also, the over easily hit. My God. Because of them, they kept scoring touchdowns. Football.
I guess that's on me because it wasn't a real game, so of course they were going to try. Or, you know what? Maybe Detroit didn't try because it's not a real game.
Maybe they did.
And also yesterday during the preseason game.
Oh.
Not preseason game. The preseason, not preseason.
Yeah.
We got a peek into the NFL's new virtual first down measurement technology.
First down, as you see there's the virtual measurement. And there was the line to gain. So the Lions have a first down. If it is short, you're going to see how short they were.
What do you think?
I mean, fine. It's not really going to save a lot of time. It might save a little. But as I've noticed over the years, officials have been doing a lot more eyeballing and a lot less measuring. The number of breaks for measurements in games, I think, has gone way down from what it used to be. While it's nice to use this technology, the real problem is spotting the ball.
Correct, and that's not going to fix this.
That is not going to fix this. That's the part where you need to find a way to make technology work for you.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
That's the one thing. It's like, how do you know when the knee is down where the ball is? You know, this can show you a cool video of the ball, but it doesn't fix the crux of the issue, and that is that they're still a chain gang.
As we mentioned yesterday, Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin. McLaurin.
It's like McLaren, but it's McLaurin.
It's true. Has requested a trade. Will he get it, or will they come to a new deal?
I think that there will be a new deal and that he will remain with Washington. Just like I think Micah Parsons will get a new deal and will remain with Dallas.
How many times, I can't even remember the last time a threatened trade because of something like this and they actually traded the player.
Correct. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, this is it's just a tactic to get the fans more on the player's side if they weren't already. You know, for great leadership like the ones in Dallas.
No.
It's unfortunate that
No.
Micah is trying to manipulate
Greedy Micah?
the great Cowboys nation against their their magnificent leader, Jared Jones.
Magnificent. That's
and
one
his
word for him.
intelligent son, Stephen Jones. But no, neither of these threatened trades are actually going to be gone through. McLaurin's going to stay with Washington. Micah Parsons is staying with Dallas. And the world will continue spinning.
It will indeed.
The mega deal between ESPN and the NFL is happening?
It is.
ESPN will have access to Red Zone, NFL Network, 7 more regular season games, and the NFL fantasy football business, among other assets. Is this a good or a bad thing for consumers?
I think it's a little of both. It's good in that ESPN has widespread distribution. The broadcast product or the technology behind it is good.
And stuff.
The bad side of it, I think it's probably going to end up costing us more because they're going to raise their prices. Remember, they're coming out with their new direct-to-consumer deal here in another couple of months or a month or so from now. I think the price for it will go up, and it always concerns me. We talked a little bit about this yesterday when it came to Fox and IndyCar. When you get a media entity who buys into or is more in bed with a sports league, you wonder about the editorial coverage and whether or not you're going to get honest reporting because you're afraid to upset your partner.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen that with the NFL in recent years. There will probably be the usual suspects on the print side on ESPN.com who will do a great job going into the nitty-gritty. There's been some excellent reporting lately about the why can't I think of the word with union. My goodness.
Yeah.
Everything that's going on with that. And so we've seen that, and ESPN's been a part of that. But on the other hand, the television side will usually kind of acquiesce to the NFL. So I'm guessing we're going to see that continue to happen. I think it's ultimately going to be a good thing. I think you're going to be able to get Red Zone now, like on the ESPN, whatever it's going to be called, the ESPN app. And so that'll be cool. I lean slight net positive on this.
Cool.
Nice, Nick.
Sorry, I got a weird text I had to reply to.
Interesting.
Buried in CT Insider writer David Borges story about the upcoming Big East basketball season was this quip.
Upcoming?
Ryan Kalkbrenner is no longer around to swat away shots. Stephen Ashworth is no longer around to swish three-point shots. And Jemiah Neal is no longer around for unnecessary dunks at the end of games. Husky fans are kind of salty, huh?
Wow, that is that's hilarious that he would go with that. I mean, it's a funny quip, but like also you come across as a big baby if you're mad at somebody for dunking the ball at the end
he
of
forgets
the game.
that Jemiah Neal averaged nearly 20 points a game in 3 contests against UConn. And so he did a little bit more than just have a unnecessary dunk at the end of the game. How about the unnecessary putting up his fist by Hassan Diarra?
Exactly.
That was the more bitch move.
Whoa.
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 Tell me it wasn't.
It wasn't.
Spot the
No.
lie. Also, in the article, he spelled Stephen Ashworth with a PH.
He's so fired up for Creighton.
Yeah, that's tough.
Where's this fire for Nebraska, John?
Oh, interesting.
Blue Jay Bishop strikes again.
What are you talking about? We're not talking about Nebraska.
Yeah,
We're
Nick,
talking
this
about
is Creighton.
That is why he's more passionate about it.
I guess that's true.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? The Braves and Reds were tied at 3 going into the 8th inning before Atlanta scored 8 runs. Then in the bottom of the inning, Cincinnati scored 8 of their own. It was just the 3rd time in Major League history that both teams scored 8 or more runs in the same inning, according to Elias Sports Bureau. It was also the 3rd time in the expansion era since 1961. Younger than Kirk Ferentz. That 2 teams combined for 16 or more hits in the same inning, with each team posting 8. How can you not be romantic about baseball?
It's too bad that this didn't happen tomorrow when they play the game at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Oh my gosh, yes, because more people will be watching.
Because it will certainly be a scene with over 80,000 tickets sold. Be very curious. Our good friend Ryan McGee is there. He's covering it. This is like two of
I
his
saw a bunch
best
of his
things.
tweets recently.
Yeah, this is baseball and racing coming together in one. He's got to be in heaven right now.
Yeah, too bad there's no football involved. He'd be even happier.
No, there's no football involved because it's baseball.
Bummer. That's
On a
really cool,
racetrack.
though. I love stats like that. That's a ton of runs. At what point as an announcer would you just start laughing?
That would be, I feel for our friend producer Josh. If my team scored 8 runs in the top of the inning and then proceeded to give up an 8 spot,
my
I would
God.
be so triggered.
Yeah, that would
More
be very...
triggered than if Nebraska rolled out stupid black uniforms.
Really?
Yes. If the Cubs scored 8 runs and then gave up 8 runs, be very angry.
So if that happened on the same day, you'd be like, I don't care about the black uniforms anymore. I want to talk about the Cubs.
Oh, of course.
Interesting. All right. Well, let's see if we can get that to happen.
No, let's not get that to happen.
Oh, okay.
And also, let's not have those stupid-looking uniforms because black is not one of your colors.
Mm.
You're not the Raiders. Don't try to aspire to be the Raiders. Nobody ever aspires to want to be a Raider.
Got him.
Coming up, predictions.
Let's do it.
Which will include some NFL football.
Awesome.
And SummerSlam.
Not awesome.
But no Formula One. Interesting.
Because it's August. They're off this month.
They have a race this weekend.
You told us they're off this month.
I didn't know that. I would have added it.
You could have added it yourself.
Could have.
All right. Next.
1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over. Wolverines.
Well, we have determined that this is the penultimate round of this. Well, it'd be the penultimate week of this round of predictions, which
We're
is
almost
of course,
done, sadly.
where this is the round where the men are separated from the children. Because this is where you have to know a little bit about everything. It's got all the sports in it. It's not just football pilled.
No. By the way, Nick, there's no slides in here.
What?
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, give me 1 second. I made the thing. I just
That wasn't backseat producing. That was
it wasn't. I saved it wrong.
I have such a commanding lead right now that I could literally not pick this week and still have the lead.
Wait, is that true? Let's add
Yes.
100 more games.
Oh, so you're saying add to this round, add to the summer.
No.
I like the way you think, Josh.
Theo says the best wrestling pay-per-view events are in the spring. Elimination Chamber greater than WrestleMania. What do you think of that take, John?
I don't know. That's his take.
What do you think about it, though?
I don't.
Do you know what the Elimination Chamber is? Is that a real thing? Is that a WWE thing?
It's a thing.
I thought you were a wrestling guy.
It's a thing, but no, it's a ridiculous take.
Okay, perfect. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Nick, you've run out of time.
He's uploading it. We'll be fine. We'll get it on the screen.
Tonight, the Kansas City Royals are at the Toronto Blue Jays. Royals are plus 1.5 runs. Give me the first place Blue Jays.
I'm going with the Blue Jays as well because it's not a Sunday. We know how the Royals do on Sundays. They win.
That's true.
So I'll go with the Blue Jays tonight.
I'll go with the Royals.
Wow. You just said that's true. You agreed with me and then you picked against it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to make up some points here.
The Astros, with the newly reacquired Carlos Correa, are at the Red Sox. Pick the series.
I am going to go with the Astros 2-1.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to make this spicy. Give me Boston 2-1.
All right.
You okay?
I read a text that I will not be reading on the air.
Oh.
But it made me laugh.
The Detroit Tigers, battle of first place teams. Tigers at Phillies. Pick the series.
Tigers sweep.
Whoa. I'm going with the Phils 2-1.
Ditto.
Wow, Nick, Tigers. What's your reasoning?
Tigers good.
So
are the Phillies.
Yeah, but I think of the Phillies and I just think about that Phillies fan that was at the stands in the Yankee Stadium doing the thing in public that he should.
Well, meantime, if you're going to this series, you are a true sicko because it's the
true psycho.
The bad Pirates at the bad Rockies.
You want to hear something really funny? At the beginning of the year when Paige and I were trying to figure out which games we wanted to go to, this was on the list. My fiance, I'm engaged.
Yeah.
This was on the list because
of
I'm
Paul
like,
Skeens.
what if I see Paul Skeens and the Rockies? But then I thought about it. I'm like, there's no way in hell the Pirates are going to start Paul Skeens against the Rockies.
I mean, if it would have been his day up, he could have.
I guess, but like they've altered stuff. They've altered the deal before.
Pray I don't alter it any longer. Obviously, the Pirates, obviously a sweep. Ball knower. Obviously, John. That's called knowing the ball.
See, the Pirates are doing this thing where if Paul Skeens is pitching, they're really good, but then they still lose the game. So I'm going to go Rockies 2-1.
Okay.
Homer.
Yes.
John?
I'm going to go Rockies 2-1.
Homer.
Yeah. Big fan of the Colorado Rockies. The Rangers at the Mariners tomorrow. Not tonight. Tomorrow.
Did you see the thing that happened with the Mariners pitcher in the 9th inning?
No, I missed that.
Pretty sure he tore his Achilles leaving the mound to get a ground ball
not
or to go to
good.
first to cover.
That's
the
not
game was
good.
over there by 6 runs.
That's not good.
Mariners.
Mariners.
Mariners have such a good logo. We don't talk about the Mariners look enough. It's good.
It is really good.
Yeah, it's clean, except for when they wear the city stuff.
Give me the Rangers.
You don't like the city stuff? It looks like the pilot stuff.
I love the jersey. I love the hat. I hate the pants.
Yeah, it's too much
Wear
blue.
white or gray pants.
Yeah, it's
No,
too-
it's black. Remember they wear black
Oh, that's
pants.
right. It is black. Oh.
Yucky. Icky.
Black's not one of their colors.
Nice. Good graphic, Nick.
Thank you. You like it?
Look at that,
I
John.
did it myself.
Well, Eugenio Suarez homer this weekend for Seattle. So tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday.
I'll go with the Y-E-S. Yes.
Yeah, why not?
That spells yes.
No.
Wow, you're a hater. Football. America's
Now,
sport.
next week, I'll be out. So we're
going for the next 2 weeks with predictions.
Yeah. So a couple of these games are in the future, deep into the future. The Colts plus 1.5 at the Ravens.
People forget the Ravens are awesome in the preseason, though their streak ended last year.
Remember earlier last month, I said I had a tingle about the Colts.
Yes.
I'm going to take the Colts in my
I
tingle.
believe we call that a disease. I'm going with the Ravens.
Ditto. Hey, look.
Oh, our teams.
The Goat Ropers at my Rams.
Nick, what's up with this logo choice for the Cowboys?
It's the Cowboys logo.
I mean, kind of not. No, they have an extra. They have an extra blue and an extra
Oh,
white.
would you
line.
stop being such a nerd?
I'm just saying.
They erased the line because that represents the erasure of Micah Parsons.
Fair.
Of course, I'm going to take the Rams. I never bet against the Rams, even though the Rams suck in the preseason. But I'm going to take the Rams.
Cowboys by 40.
You got to put that down. If it's not by 40, Josh doesn't get the point.
I agree.
That's
Cowboys.
not true.
I'm going to go Cowboys.
This was written before the news of the day.
Well, when will Micah Parsons sign his new deal?
And again, so the next time we do this,
it's
in 3 weeks.
3 weeks from today.
So the question in a way could be, it will not happen before then. And if it does, then you have to pick a date. And this is Price is Right rules. So if you go over, none of us get the point. I'm going to say it happens. They're going to agree to this. He's just going to get a ton of money. August 14th. August 14th. Nick, the date's right.
Yeah, I wanted to look at the actual calendar.
I see. Okay.
I'll go next week. Give me the 6th.
Whoa! John? You going to say it doesn't happen?
August 30th.
Wow.
Okay. So this could be a long-term point for John.
Dolphins plus 2.5 at the Bears.
Tua Tagovailoa.
With that, I'm going with I'll go with the Bears.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Bears.
New coach, I'll go with the Bears. Wrong team is favored. This is for you, John.
Thank you. Angel Reese. Is this tonight or is this?
This is, they play tonight, I believe. Yeah.
Over under 45.5% field goal shooting. Of course you take the under.
I'm going to say that she has heard John's words and is going to use it as motivation, and she shoots 46% tonight.
I'll take the under.
Wow.
Paige Becker's over under 17.5 points.
Over.
Same.
Yeah, why not?
She's good.
Real football with real stakes.
Canada football is real
The
football.
Rough Riders.
Their football field is so
favored
big.
by 2.5 at the Alouettes. This is tough for me because I'm a big Rough Rider, but I'm also a big fan of Montreal.
You are those
But
things.
no one walks into Montreal and lives to tell about it.
Unless it's hockey, because then Canada never wins anything.
The Canadian Alouettes of Montreal.
Yep.
Rough Riders for me.
Yeah, I'll go with Nick.
Boxing.
Oh, that's a fun graphic, Nick.
Thank you.
Look at that. It's Mike Tyson punch him out.
It's just punch out.
Oh, my bad.
It's
That's what John always
Gerardo
calls it.
versus Sims.
Ooh, you can't go with Sims. Remember him as a quarterback for Nebraska?
Yeah.
Speaking of groin kicks, give me Gerardo.
But I think I like The Sims as a video game.
Gerardo?
So I'm going to go with K. Sims Jr.
John?
I'm going to go with Sims.
Wow, you guys are idiots. What is this?
SummerSlam.
What is this? What the heck is this?
SummerSlam. It's wrestling.
It's the World Heavyweight Championship. Gunther versus CM Punk.
Asian Joe says, bad take by Theo. WrestleMania rules all.
I like Royal Rumble better than WrestleMania.
Gunther?
Yeah.
Gunther is the world champion.
He actually changed his name before he came to WWE. He was Walter. And then his intro was his entrance was kind of a little fashy.
Oh. Do we have any spoilers on this? Because wrestling is fake.
Well, this was the actual lines, and I actually looked up the lines. This
even?
was the closest lines.
So Gunther is the current holder. Does CM Punk have a story?
He's kind of a D-bag.
I'll go with Gunther then. Like Gunst.
How is he a D-bag? He's
I
a
just
good
never
guy.
liked him. I started when I was the most exposed to WWE was the 2006 era, and I could never stand him. Him and his dumb Pepsi tattoo.
Oh, anti-tattoo.
He's got a Pepsi tattoo, but it's like the old Pepsi logo. It's so weird.
Old Pepsi logo can be fun.
That's fine. Give me Gunther.
Sure, I'll steal the point.
It was always so
CM Punk, noted Cub fan.
By the way, speaking of stories, because the guy who had the story was Cody Rhodes, that stupid story. He was on Simmons's pod yesterday. So I listened to the part right before it got to him, and then I just skipped the rest of it. It was like almost 2 hours, and I said, I'm good. I don't need to hear this crap.
You're such a loser.
You want to listen to Simmons?
No.
Okay. All right, John, guess the car. Who is it?
It's the 18 car.
Good job, John. You can read a number.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
Bobby Labonte?
Well, he originally...
Yes, it is Bobby Labonte.
But
Nailed
actually,
it.
Dale Jarrett drove it first.
But did Dale Jarrett drive it with that color and
Did
number?
Dale Jarrett drive it between the years of 2000 and 2008?
No, he did not.
Then
Bobby
there we
Labonte
go,
did.
John. That's my era. I'm always working in that era.
Nick, NASCAR is in your backyard. It's the Iowa Corn 350.
The only NASCAR race I've ever been to was at Iowa Speedway. I loved it.
Yeah?
It was a Busch race, though. Kyle Busch won.
Cool.
Travis Pastrana was racing.
Travis Pastrana was a NASCAR guy?
A little bit,
he wasn't very good.
He wasn't good, but I really wanted him to win.
Did he try to flip the car over? Double backflip from Travis Pastrana.
He actually grinded on the barrier fence.
Wow, this Pastrana just came up. My wife and I were talking about him like 2 nights ago.
Really?
Yeah, because we were like looking for something to watch, and the only thing that was on live was the X Games. And then she was like, "Did you ever watch the X Games?" And I said, "Yes." And then she was like, "Were you watching it live when he did the double backflip?" And I said, "Yes." I loved the X Games back in the day. Now, you'd have to force me with.
It was definitely a very early 2000s thing.
Very early 2000s coded, Nick. I would agree. Blaney Larson belt.
Nice.
Really?
I can't win with you, John, because I used to pick who's the guy who just won, Bubba, and you'd get mad about that.
I never got mad. I just laughed at you.
And then now he wins.
You
though.
forgot Bubba's name. Problematic.
Yeah.
I said, "What's his name?" Bubba.
Of
I
course.
got there.
Blaney, Hamlin, Logano.
I had Blaney Larson Bell too, because Josh copied my homework.
What?
And there it is. The penultimate week of this round of predictions.
And you know what it's time for now, John?
Dinner.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
So last night, the wife made it was a nice, simple casserole. It was rice.
I love a casserole.
It was ground beef, and it was French. And it had French onion soup mix and some Swiss cheese. It was a French onion casserole.
Sounds like a burrito bowl to me.
It was very simple.
It kind of sounds like stuffed pepper stuffing.
Yes, but it was good. I enjoyed it. The oldest son came upstairs and was like, "It doesn't look very good," because it was, it's French onion.
Hell yeah, good job, Sam. Good take, Sam.
So it's very brown.
Brown. Oh, like poop?
Well, you know what else is brown? Steak.
Damn it, it is.
Yeah.
It was good. I enjoyed it. That's what we had. I have no idea what's for tonight. It's Friday. It's usually the wife
pizza night.
Usually it's wife gets pizza night, but I don't know. I don't know what she did.
What did I have last night? I don't remember. I had something with. Oh, I did the Caesar salad wraps.
Oh yeah, you did.
Very tasty with the spicy chicken. Tonight, John, you're gonna love this. quesadillas.
Nice.
And not those wimpy, skinny ones that you like to eat, you dork.
I don't like to eat them. That's why quesadillas are the most overrated delivery
They're
form
gonna
of
be
Mexican
full
food.
of food. I'm going to stop by the store, get some salsa on the way home, have some chips and salsa
You
on
should
the
get
side.
that Taco Bell Chipotle sauce. It's delicious.
Is it, Nick?
Oh,
but then I'd
yeah.
have to go to Taco Bell with all the potheads.
No, it's
No,
in the
they have
grocery
it at
store.
Hy-Vee.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah, they bottle it.
they do.
Tough look for me
It's
there,
great.
Nick. I wanted to make a weed joke.
I
Have an opinion.
Last night we did chicken tenders and we did cheese balls, cheese curds, whatever you call them.
Cheese curds.
And then I've always called them. I came
they
up. They were
fried?
called yes, but
Yeah.
they were always called cheese balls for me growing up.
Well, you learn wrong things in
But
Iowa. It's
either
okay.
way, then Paige made this really good. She calls it Mexican ranch, where it's like a ranch and then green salsa mixed together. It's really good.
Okay.
It's a like wangy ranch.
Man, that thing, it was about to get pretty problematic, Nick. Take ranch, and then I was just worried about what was coming next.
Tonight, I'm not sure, but we did recently acquire a bunch of frozen meat. So maybe some kind of frozen meat.
But it's frozen.
But it's frozen.
I mean, you can thaw frozen meat.
Not in like 5 minutes, you can't.
Yeah.
We'll nuke it. It's fine.
Oh, man. I did
I
that
doubt
when
we're
was-
going to have that. I don't know what's for dinner
When I was in
tonight.
college, I would take the frozen chicken and throw it in the microwave and defrost it. But man, then it'd get warm still, though.
Yeah, no. You got to plan ahead if you're going to do stuff like that.
Yeah. Have the frozen meat tomorrow, Nick.
Probably.
Okay.
But make sure you have it thawed
Yeah. Maybe on Sunday, honestly.
properly.
Depending on how thick it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we got some steaks in there.
Yum.
think
We have
got
some steaks
pork
in our
chops.
freezer. Yeah, we should have those soon.
Probably a bunch of chicken. We're a big chicken household.
How are you?
I've been on a massive quesadilla kick lately. Massive chicken quesadilla kick.
Well, I can't wait to have our quesadillas tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys will enjoy an inferior form of Mexican food delivery.
Nope. Lucas says pork chops. I was told this is a dad meal by my Gen Z coworkers. Interesting. Are pork chops dad meals?
Yes.
You know, we never have pork chops.
Well,
what
makes it a dad meal? I don't
know,
understand.
but it feels like it is.
What?
Kids don't have pork chops.
It's like porn,
that's
you know?
kids'
You know it
problem.
when you hear it. Pork chop is a dad meal.
You know
yeah,
when
it
you
makes sense.
hear it? It's when you see it.
I don't know.
The judges weren't putting headphones on to figure out what it was.
Well, Nick has a very different way of getting stimulation.
I guess so, Nick. Shout out to you.
I'd like to listen to some porn, please.
Yeah. Honey, what are you doing? Are you listening? No, I'm not. I'm watching. I swear. Sad Husker fan says Prince's hot chicken for me. Alex says shake and bake pork chops are a dad meal. What are shake and bake pork chops?
You don't know shake and bake?
Is that when you put it in the bag and you shake it?
Yeah,
Wait, do that again?
It's a breading. It's a breading.
Yeah, you shake and bake.
Bake. Yeah, don't you remember Ricky Bobby shake and
Yes.
bake? I shake and bake was overrated.
Trust tree.
Yes.
Pork chops are overrated.
Man, I'm telling you, if you get a really good, I mean, and,
See, that's
and
the
we're
thing,
talking the thick pork
I've
chops.
never
We're not
had
talking the
one
little
of those.
skinny.
I've
ones.
never had one of
In
those.
Iowa chop.
You're talking about
Yes.
like a case. See, you've been having inferior quesadillas like inferior pork chops.
Again, you go to any place that serves quesadillas, and they're all very thin and mashed.
So my issue with what you like, you just brought up a great point about the pork chop. I bet it would be awesome, but I just cannot imagine going to a steakhouse and be like, pork chop, please. Like, but there's a ribeye. You know?
Yeah, I can't think there's any because you're gonna get a good pork chop at a steakhouse, but I'm going there for the steak.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, the best pork chop I had was at Emerald's in Miami. It was,
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
it was tremendous.
By the way,
It was
Austin,
like eating a steak. Really was.
Austin has kept up on his promise to send
How
us
many
his
are we up to now?
3. He just had 3. Number 3. It's a Busch Light at Brewski's.
Nice.
They have now left the hotel. Pre-gaming has entered a bar.
Okay.
Have fun, Austin, and be safe.
Yes, be safe. You all be safe and have a great weekend. And we'll be back on Monday
with
Mitch Sherman, Mitch
Minnesota.
Holthus, Minnesota, and Michael. It's an M's day. The M's have it.
and
Mike Grimm from Minnesota.
no, the other thing that we're doing. We have another interview on Monday.
Oh yeah, we do have another interview on Monday. Stay tuned for that.
Yep. Bye.
1620 The Zone.